Welcome, folks, to the Stretch Run. It's the Stretch Run Classic Edition here. We have my oftentimes and the leader of the Stretch Run, if you will, Justin Sampson, with us. Chris Walsh will be joining us a little later in the day. Justin, welcome. How you been?
Morning, brother. I've been good, man. It's been a good summer. It's been busy. Just got back. I was in San Diego down at Del Mar for Hurricane Hillary, so that was a little bit interesting. Ended up hitting the track for one day with the kids and did some Legoland and the beach and spent a lot of time at the Brigantine. It's a great restaurant. If anybody's been to Del Mar, it sits right there. It's such an awesome place. So Ron, Wiz, good to see you all. But Oldy, it's been good. It's been a good summer. I'm looking forward though to kind of the transition into the fall a little bit. Kids get back to school, get back to a routine. We'll actually have turf racing at Gulfstream Park again, so that will be interesting. But it's been good, man. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Just dropped my son off last week at college. Did a show from Florida while Scotty was ironically in California. Um, and didn't get to go to Gulfstream because of the weather, but it was an excellent weekend. Um, Enjoyed some quality time with my son, and both in driving his car down and in just spending time getting him moved in and hanging out with him.
Yeah, I love it, man. And great day today with Travers and a lot of good racing. This is the main day of the Saratoga meet, correct?
Yeah, I mean this is the they're saying this is now as big as a Triple Crown race. I don't buy it. That's to me Saratoga propaganda, but um, you know there are some interesting races on this card. There are also some races that I'm like, this race should lose its graded stakes status for this field they're putting out there.
Yeah,
But
yeah. No, I agree. Well, I don't know. I think it's an interesting field, but we will see.
well, I mean, it's like race seven. There's two horses that have won a graded stakes race in there, and
Hmm.
the rest are allowance horses, so that they just filled the race with filler.
Yeah, yeah.
That would be my example of that. But
Hmm.
it is what it is. We're lucky that we're able to do a show and enjoy racing there, and I still looking forward to it. And it should be fun.
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree. It's how was I didn't catch the first few races. Anything exciting?
Well, we had the E long shot with top win E long shot, um, and top GSR, which is a 30% plus combo. Win race two at Saratoga. Here, I think I have a screen up here. And that horse, if you look here, was 1 for 17 lifetime coming
Ooh,
into this race.
Feathers
So,
Road. Wow, 5-2 on the EquinEdge morning line though.
yep. And it looks like it might have moved. The 12 was actually ended up being top win, but it's still second win E long shot. And this happens sometimes when stuff comes off the turf too, is that
Hmm.
those changes
Hmm.
get made late to the algorithms. But um, you know, that one was interesting. I should have singled the two here. The two was a 40+% horse. There were two in the sequence. The other one was this three. If I play 3-4 here, I'm alive to a pretty decent payout. I played 2-8 in the first instead and got burned. So, and that happens when you don't play aggressive enough.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the key. I feel like is play with confidence and be aggressive. I rad won the first two races. Eric said.
Yep.
I'm just
And
disappointed that Luis Saez got hurt. Like he was doing riding so well and
yep.
misses a day like this is a bummer.
Yeah, and he was going to be on Mage, and I think that the going with a jockey who's not as familiar with Mage also kind of hurts that horse a little bit. But
Hmm.
we'll talk a little bit because you know I did up my my chart with my data, and there's some an interesting insight to put out in that race because it charted very interestingly for me.
Hmm. Yeah, I'll be curious.
That's my teaser for later, guys. But we're moving into we got 6 minutes to Gulfstream Race 2, and we have 10 minutes to Saratoga uh, Race 4. Let's maybe move into maybe some verticals from you and some uh, a what I call the early mid pick four section because there's multiple mid pick fours here, so we'll call it the early mid um, here, and let's go through maybe who you like in race 4, and talk about what I like in the pick 4 as well.
Yeah, and I'll do probably a pick 4 with you as well. I think race 7, right, is I only 2 races. I think 2 horses can win that race, and you think the same. I probably will just try to pick one if I was to play a horizontal bet. I don't see a lot of value in race 7. Only lost EquinEdge. Oldy. There you go. From a vertical standpoint, but some of these other races, race 5, I thought was a little bit interesting in that, there was all these dirt horses that were in that race, and then some scratched and some stayed, and I don't know. This could be really chalky from a horizontal standpoint, which is where I was like, well, I think if you're gonna play it, I would say just have an opinion, and I think to your point, I think you played yours for you were gonna play it maybe for a buck or something. So
Yeah, I played it
I
for a
think
buck.
that's it. Yeah, it's a good philosophy, I believe, in a sequence like this, just because try to find the leg where there's some value, because I do think that this could end up being chalky with race 5 or race 7. But in the first race I thought was obviously race 4 and race 6, I thought were the most interesting. In race 4, Irad is on the 3. I think you have to pay attention. It's the second EquinEdge pick, and Osborne. I mean, this horse is second off just kind of a minor layoff, has had various layoff lines, Oldie, but has shown the ability to come off the pace, right? So I think there's going to be some there's going to be a little bit of speed here. The one is I don't love the one, even though it's the top EquinEdge pick, mainly because I think Pratt's going to get hung up in a little bit of the pace here, to be honest. And he's going to get pressure, I think, from the 2 and the 4 on the outside. Not that I like either one of those horses. Torres is on the 4. So I think we know that there's going to be some speed there. So I'm not surprised to see you spreading here. I thought that the 3 was interesting. I think the EE long shot Bold Journey is probably would be my top pick in this race. I think it's going to get a great trip from that post from Rosario to kind of sit off, again, what I think will be a little bit of a cheap, hottish speed here. And, is going to be able to stock. It's, the second GSR. It has, various wins here on the turf, on the dirt. It's a versatile horse. And then I think the other horse that, I would definitely use in a vertical, which I believe you are, is the 10. Yeah, this
Yeah,
horse.
that's my top choice.
Yeah,
Is the 10.
Castellano rides for Gargan here, and I don't know, I haven't looked, but I don't know if Saez was going to ride there, and now Castellano picks up the mount, or if Castellano was just going to ride. But he gets off the 1 and 8, and I do think the 8 for Diodoro is a little interesting too. So, but the 10 horse is dropping Oldie and SOR. I mean, it's coming out of these tough graded stakes. It's off a layoff. The works look good. If you look at those works, this horse is, working every 7 days at Saratoga. I think they were pointed to Travers Day, to be honest, with this horse. And then, drop into this kind of allowance optional claim type race. The horse is protected. It's shown that it's cutting back. It's bred really well, has these great GSRs. But I think, Oldie, the most interesting thing I thought about this horse was the cutback and its ability it showed sprinting in that grade 3 and then breaking its maiden, so it didn't run well in the Champagne, but that's fine. I mean, but this horse might be more of a sprinter, right? Like, it didn't run well at all in the Sam F. Davis, but it was probably way, way too close to the pace, would be my opinion. And I would assume Castellano gives this horse a great trip. In my pick 4, Oldy, I'll give it to you and I'll transition back to you. I'm using just 3, 8, 9, 10 here, but I can see why you're spreading more.
Yeah. So on the 10, so the 10 is top GSR, top SOR. That at Saratoga on the dirt is hitting at 27%. I'm sorry, 28%.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it, it's a pretty high percentage play. The other horse that's charting really well in terms of the data here is the 3, um, who I didn't love personally. The 3, I see why it is, but it beat 62s and hasn't run well against 68s. Uh, we're against 66s here, so slightly easier. Maybe it gets home this time, maybe it doesn't. Um, I
The
personally
only
do.
comment I would have on that is, I mean, you have Bejarano who's riding. I mean, Raphael's fine,
Yeah,
but you get a good upgrade to Irad, right? He rides back, which I thought was interesting on the 3 horse, and that was a 68, right? And I would expect this horse to get that similar trip, right, as last out, and it's second off. So that was the only reason why I thought this horse can still improve, I guess, is my point.
it could, but I think it's 2 for 13 lifetime, so I'm not sure. We may just know what this horse is. Um, the one horse I liked but charted very poorly. So the one horse is only top pick, nothing else, and those on the dirt are winning at 8%. I did use here in the pick 4, hoping that we might get a little bit better of a price and that it wouldn't be over bet like this. I think the 2 is very interesting here for Jacobson. Um, has multiple wins over 60s. Uh, you know, the system sees this at 11%. Is the right with the 1 in terms of the leader amongst wins here. This horse likes to win. Has done well at the distance, 3 of 7 at the distance. I thought that horse was very interesting here. The horse I used that I liked the least was the 8 horse, who I think needs to lead and needs to take a step forward here, even off the Diodoro claim. So if you wanted to slim my ticket down even more, that's where I would slim my ticket.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Go ahead.
and then I'm just 6'7" in the next. The 6 has a 40% plus profile on it, and when the on the turf at Saratoga, when the top 2 picks match, that is a 60 plus percent, 65% um, that one of those 2 horses win. So I took that there, and then I went all E picks in in race 6. So you have your top, the 2 and 6 swap a little bit here. This is a maiden race. I also thought the 10, you have the morning line angle here as well. It's 10-1 on the morning line, but 4-1 on the E morning line. This horse could go gate to wire potentially, because there's really not a lot of other speed here. And it is Belmont, and I'm not sure who's subbing for Saez there because it's not showing, but uh, you know, and then I use the 2 captain obviouses, as Chris would call them, in race 7. Uh, the system, and what's interesting here, and you and I were talking about, the system loves Gunite here at 57%. Um, Gunite gets the rest of the uh, algorithms as well here. So, when that happens, that's a high percentage winner. Gunite uh, here, and Gunite's a plus 40% horse here in my data, and Elite Power is a plus 30%. So that I think from a handicapping standpoint, going to be a very close race between the 2, just like last time. I'd like to not see Gunite up on the lead. Actually, I think the horse is a little better sitting off. So it needs a horse like Pipeline to take the lead here, and then be able to use Pipeline to pull itself around a little better and be able to take a breather.
Yeah.
That's my quick breakdown.
Yeah, I'll let me give you my ticket real quick if you want to. Well, they're about to go, but
On to
if you want to pull up a second window, I put to it's
I'm
just a
ready for you.
yeah. I used 3, 8, 9, 10 in the first leg. Leg 2,
All right, hold on.
I see the 7 just scratched in here in race 4. FYI, if anybody's playing,
Use
30,
hold on.
30.
I'm in the wrong. Hold on. Give me one sec. As
No,
soon
you're
as
good,
this
man. Take your
decides
time.
to update with, and what budget did you use?
$30. Race 4. John, welcome. Bill. Yep, $30. So I went 3, 8, 9, 10 in leg 1.
3, 8, 9, 10 in leg 1. Okay.
3, 6, 7 leg 2. And they're loading if anybody's watching. Leg 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Sorry. Leg 3, 4, 5,
4,
6,
5,
9,
6,
10.
9, 10. So you did not have the 2.
Nope.
And
And then
then
I singled to Gunite. And we could talk more about that. You know, I'm going against Elite Power, who's obviously the dirt sprinter in the top, I would say, in really in the world, maybe. But I think the two could show up here and turn the tables with Tyler Gaff. So we will see. But going to be a good little sequence, Oldy. They're about to go.
All right, let's see what happens here. And there's Justin's ticket again for everybody.
I do like the Oldy in a vertical here. I do think the 9 and 10, like I'd probably I can't really separate them, but the 3 could run well. But I do think the 9 and 10, I'd probably play the 9 over the 3-10 in a vertical.
All right, they're off. Looks like we have a little bit of a pace duel on the front, about 4 horses wide. The 10 is caught wide here between the 1 and the 8. The 2 is faded out. The 1 was able to get the lead. Two's got horse, it looks like. The 1 got a pretty easy lead.
Yeah, he did go 22, but he's still in hand. You know, I thought that you might have a little bit more speed to go with that horse, but it didn't happen. It looks like the 1 probably going to be gone. Oldy. The 9 probably going to run second. He's going to try to get up, but and now he's going to have to duck inside.
I mean, he's the only one coming here.
Come on, 9, get up. I don't think he's going to get up. It's going to be close, but the 1 going to win. Yeah.
Yeah. Too easy of a lead there. Way too easy of a lead.
All right. Well, what do we got next? Woodbine race 2. I know we can cover Woodbine, Oldy, which is good because we can watch some video.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up my schedule here real fast. So Woodbine race 2, which starts in about 15-20 minutes. So Woodbine race 2, I've already prepared my pick 5 for everybody, but we can go through it. I think were you looking more for verticals here, or were you going to do a pick 5 as well?
I'm not going to play a pick 5. I played a little bit of Woodbine lately, but I probably will I probably just focus on verticals in the early sequence there.
Yeah, we had a very good day last Saturday at Woodbine as a group. We hit the all stakes pick 5. We hit a couple other things, and the pick 5 carryover as well. Unfortunately, I didn't play I had a ticket for the late pick 5 and the mandatory payout pick 6. I didn't play them. They both would have hit as well. Would have been a great day if I played all of them, but just didn't want to press my luck too much. I was pretty happy with where I was at the time. Um, but I thought these races, the first couple races were pretty wide open. Um, Race two, I think this one has a chance to go gate to wire. 0 for 7 lifetime has been stopping, you know, is moving up here, but has never actually gotten the lead. And I think this horse could get brave on the lead. The GSR is good enough. Uh, the two horses a little interesting. But just going through all this here, the long shot I think is going to be live here. It is your top GSR as well. So a lot of these horses have been at this level, which is going to create for a pretty interesting race where you might get a price. The 5 horse, who's your favorite, is a Mark Casse horse dropping into here, but hasn't really done much and hasn't done much running.
Yeah, the system, I mean, I think that that horse was what, 36%, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I mean, the horse definitely looks like it can win. I thought, the rail is out. You probably play more Woodbine than I do, but I thought this first race was tough unless you really like the 5, but you really can't. I mean, you have a 0 for 21 horse and the 5's 0 for 6. I mean, there's a lot of non-winners here, right? I did think that you talked a little bit about the 8 Oldy, Seattle Down Under, but the source gets the GSR jump. Like, I think that's what I looked for in this race predominantly. Was the GSR jump on the 2 and the GSR jump on the 8.
Well, and if you look here, when it went 7 furlongs at Woodbine, that was its best race too. And against 25K, similar SOR, but this is one of those EE long shots I could see running really well. And the 4 is a little interesting in not getting bet. Similar GSR, been very close multiple times. And that's one of the reasons, though, that I think that you could see a horse up or near the lead here upset, is because nobody here really looks like they have any interest in passing anybody.
Yeah, the 4 is just burned so much money, and that horse has got to come out of the clouds. And you can see Emma Jane continues to ride there, or I guess she jumps on. She has not been riding. So, it's that horse. My only problem is, like, it's been burning money at this level and easier, and like, it just doesn't want to win. This is a rough race. Like, I'm not surprised to see that, I can't take the 5 horse at a short price here. I mean, this horse is even money, and that's just, in my mind, I put the 2 or 8 on top. I mean, for me, I think those horses are lightly raced, Oldy. They can improve. The GSR says they can improve. They're versus a bunch of, non-winners who keep trying. In the case of the 4, right? It's just a horse has just burned a bunch of money and just doesn't like to get up. And I mean, that last race was a 34, right? So when the win percent drops from 37 to 19%. So, if in that situation, I find it hard,
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, this is, like I said, I thought this race was pretty wide open. I think it's also hittable, this sequence, and I think you'll be interested and like my single a little bit too here. But just looks like a race that you can find a price in, at least on paper.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it is a tough one. I think I do think the long shot. I mean, this is a great race that points to a horse like that, Oldie. I mean, the win percent just dropped, but the GSR goes up 9 points, and it can still improve. I think you talked about that 7 furlong race in a 38. The horse nearly got up, right? And
Right.
It gets Eswan Flores. He rode last out he's rode before. He's a good little jock. He actually rode in Emerald Downs I don't know if he was an apprentice, but he was right when he started out, he rode here. And then I know he rode in Southern California, and now he spends a lot of time at Woodbine, but he's a good little jockey. Mike,
Yeah.
Colin, welcome. But yeah, I'm not surprised to see you spread here, Oldy, because it's a tough race in leg one.
Yeah. And I think leg two's pretty much equally as tough. The only horse I didn't like here was the 5, who I thought was a little class compromised here. But
Yeah.
the 1's very interesting coming out of out of a non-graded and then a graded stakes race. Um, but we don't know this horse's level really right now. Uh, you know, I thought the 3's a little interesting. The 4, who's your long shot and top GSR here, was grade 1 placed. Nearly beat a 66 group, going 5 furlongs in a open non-graded stakes race. So, this horse is coming back, going back to the turf where I think it wants to be. I think could
Mm-hmm.
be really dangerous here for Cassie.
Yeah, GSR jump there too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you see,
Yeah.
get it off those torpedo races that it's sprinting in. Those turf races, this horse looks good in 70s and 66s. It
Yeah.
just missed. So I'm with you on Adora. I mean, uh, that horse looks very interesting.
Yeah, and so this leg, I thought pretty much anything but the 5 could happen here. Even the 3 at least hit, you know, granted is going to turf and losing a little bit in GSR, but almost beat a group of 70s on the synthetic
Mm-hmm.
sprinting.
I thought that again I think this sequence could pay, because even a horse like this, Oldie, I would put this horse potentially as one of my top picks, because when you look there, it's never easy to come back and win an allowance race, right?
Yeah.
And to be honest, it is moving to turf and it's first time turf, but I don't, that doesn't really bother me too much, because the GSR has turf as its highest number. It was the main thing I noticed about this horse, Oldie.
Yep.
And it is 8 and it looks like it wants to go longer. But what I would say is it's going to have some pace to chase. So this horse gets over to turf for the first time. It's 16%. I would have loved to seen it in an EquinEdge pick or something, but the reality of it is this race looks wide open. And
Yep.
this, if it's trying something for the first time and it's raced 20 times, I don't necessarily prefer it. But this is race 7. And again, I think the sneaky part about Kavala is the top GSR overall is on turf. And this horse is getting to turf. Maybe it wants to go longer, but I do love that it's going to have a pace setup.
Yep.
So it's going to be in the back. Hopefully it sits semi close. And there's just, these are not, they're all, the 3's won twice, to be honest, right? Like, everybody else only won once, and this horse has won twice. And it's never easy to come back and win after breaking your maiden.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree. Just in the interest of time, we got 4 minutes to post here, so let me move on. My single is the 4, who's top pace, top win. Um, Not top GSR, but right there is 2 for 4. I'm sorry, 2 for 5 at the distance, and beat a group of 56s, is dropping huge from 56s and 58s to a 48 group here.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing to not like about this, and I don't think there's enough speed here for this 3 horse, who's the other horse that I think remotely the long shot needs a pace breakdown but could win. And then the 6, who's the second choice, is over 3 at the distance, seems to run better on synthetic than turf, and may need the lead and isn't fast enough.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 40. So that was that there. Then I have my famous synthetic angle in race 5, where I where it's the top two horses are also the top two E picks, and that hits at 70+% across all synthetic tracks. So I'm just taking those two horses there and narrowing there. And if I had to pick a horse here, I do really like the 4 horse. Um, who is dropping his face much better than this and is moving back to synthetic where I think the horse wants to be. And
Yeah.
then if that horse doesn't win, I think the 5's going to be coming late. And then in race 6, I spread here. I'm all here, and this did look like if the 4 doesn't win, this is a true all race to me. With the first time starter, the 1, I think, which we can't see the trainer right now. We'll have to get them to fix that. But I thought this horse has a decent chance at 8-1 here, as well as the long shot was a little interesting, having almost beaten 48s at this distance, where got to the lead and just got caught. So, and this is a slightly easier group, so I think that horse as well as a threat here.
I put my pick 3 in daily double in Oldy. I just played this cheap. I think I understand your and I put it in the chat. So I think these first couple legs could have prices. I when I looked at, I went all in the race that you singled because I don't understand what's going on with the 4 horse. Like, I just don't get it. But I get why you single it. But it's only
the thing is, it's an allowance optional claiming horse, and it's not in for attack.
It's definitely protected, and it's like, and maybe they are. I mean, to your point, I think is they're just getting the perfect spot in the condition book here, because this horse is dropping big time, right? And should easily win this race. Why, 35%'s a lot, like, but I don't know that trainer well and that jockey. I worry that horse is a little bit vulnerable, and you have these, I would not, I think, so here would be my comment on this race. That horse is either going to win easy or a price hits in this race, would be my perspective. So I think you're right in that you either single, or I think in my case, hey, Mike, I'm just spreading I'm trying to hit prices in the first 2 legs there. I could see a EquinEdge long shot back-to-back double here, Oldy. Like, but I just use prices in the first couple legs, and I do love Woodbine. You get a 20-cent pick 3, and I can play that for $5.60, right? So it's Sean, the 8 is live. Oldy and I, Oldy, if you want to flip back to the 8, like it, that horse, I think it's Seattle something. Seattle Down Under.
Seattle Sudden's Healthy Eating.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Sean, and maybe I think you're talking the 8 here. I mean, this horse is changing surface, right? And Oldie talked about this. It's getting back to the turf, and the 7 furlong, this horse raced around it really well. So, I think you're right in that if Sean, that's what you're talking about, and they're loading, right? But this horse is live for sure.
All right, I'm going to put the sound on here. We'll have Chris join us in
Jose Campos on Trebuchet for Chris Nicole Simpson, who picked up a nice training double yesterday.
About a minute 30 after they
rain on the
looks like they're guaranteeing $100,000 in the pick 5. Only there's only 91, so a little bit of an overlay, which is interesting. Maybe they get there. There's 93.
Joining the line is Venti, who is trying to add to the success of the
late money, probably push it over.
Yeah,
there's 97.
And Gary Barber as the trainer and part owner here. Arnie P goes up. Bartica for Slade Callahan. And the last will be Seattle Down Under as Juan Flores draws the outside gate as Bartica steps in. Seattle Down Under at 11-1 odds. Goes to the outside now. Still being anchored across to go forward. Side onto the gate. Horse number 8. Even money for Venti, 7-2 Air Force Reserve, and 6-1 now for Trebuchet is a shortener. But these two horses have dominated the betting so far as they come to the jump. Now Seattle Down Under going in.
You're definitely
Start
getting
of
an
race
overlay
2,
on
waiting for
the
still the outside runner.
on the 8.
In now
Yeah,
this time,
I mean,
they're
that
all
horse
in
not taking
and
anything.
locked up. And as they break best away, Sanyani drew away from the inside a bit, going to the front. Chicago Typhoon, Air Force Reserve under a tight rein, nicely out. Benty's got back to second last in the early stages. Trebuchet's on the inside, is parked about
The 8's
6
definitely
lengths
going to
behind
get the
Arnie
pace
P,
it
and off the
wants.
track as they turn is Boudica, and Seattle Down Under is last, but Sanyani rails
I
to the
just
front
played
from
the 2 and
Chicago
8. I
Typhoon
tried
as
to
they
play
go into
the
the
pace
backstretch.
and the horse
About
to
3
come
away,
off
Air
the
Force
pace.
Reserve with
So
a beautiful setup today.
I
Another
would have
2.5
rather
lengths away is
seen the
Arnie
2
P
get
and
the lead,
Trebuchet.
but
A length and a half to
we'll
Benty
see
is back
here.
third last. Second last, Boudica, and Seattle Down Under is the trailer.
Now you're
The
going to
top pair,
rate.
Sanyani and
Yeah.
Chicago
Gotta wait.
Typhoon by
He's
3.5
choking that
to
horse
Air
back
Force
now.
Reserve. A length and a half, Arnie P. Trebuchet. A length to Venti. Boudica moving up on the outside, and last, Seattle Down Under. They race with 6 lengths covering the field, a half mile to run, and Sanyani kicks on in front. Sanyani by almost 2 lengths to Chicago Typhoon. Air Force Reserve has travelled like quiet as a church mouse in third. A length and a half away, Arnie P, and on the inside is Trebuchet as Air Force Reserve's
Come on,
coming
look
for
at the
this leader
echelon
now.
on
Look
the
at the 8.
Seattle
The
Down
8's
Under sweeping
loaded.
home. Venti
5
needs to
got
really get
trapped
warmed up.
into. I don't know if
As
the
they come
5's
for the home
gonna.
stretch, Boudica is on the outside.
You're
They're
going to have
getting
to
into the clear
sustain
now.
the run,
Air
but
Force Reserve is coming after
Echelon
Sanyani. Has
had a
got into the
lot of
second
horse
spot.
there.
And on the outside, Seattle Down Under. Venti's
He's
in the
getting
clear, but is
flattened
well
out.
behind. Air Force Reserve pinching the lead away now from Sanyani.
Poor
And
John.
going for broke. Emma Jane on Air Force Reserve is out in front. Sanyani in second. A long gap, the others. Venti's running on, but Air Force Reserve head on the chest. 2.5 lengths. There was absolutely never a doubt the whole way around the track. Attitude did not come into it at all. And Air Force Reserve by 4 lengths. Second, Sanyani. Third was Venti.
That was a you could hear people cheering in the background. That was a popular victory. But you beat the favorite. I mean, obviously, I would have liked to get a price there, but
that was the 0 for 6 horse that, second EquinEdge pick. Emma Jane got on. That horse burned a lot of money, but, was obviously loaded, had a great trip. It's just that's a bad field. Good for you to beat the favorite, though. The 5 being even money was pretty wild. So
let's add Chris in here.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, Chris?
I'm hot. Just got back from the farm.
What do you got going on the farm these days?
Oh, horses and goats and chickens and all that kind of fun stuff.
Oh my! As they would say.
Yeah, the Tampa folks should be coming in soon. Maybe another month.
Yeah, I've heard
2 or
there's
3
some
trainers.
that there's going to be a nice purse jump at Tampa.
There is. The maidens are going to be running for 60, I think, right around there. So not too bad. The allowance races got a bump. The lower level stuff did not, but should be all right.
I just saw in the chat, my wife had texted me Bob Barker passed away, but apparently Ric Flair passed away as well.
wow.
Mm-hmm. Who's the third? They always run in threes.
Well, you had 2 other wrestlers pass away this week. You had Bray Wyatt and Terry Funk.
Terry Funk, he was an interesting guy. Who is the other one you mentioned, Oldy?
Bray Wyatt. He's the Lantern guy, the Wyatt family. He was the grandson of the nephew of Mike Rotundo and Barry Windham, if those names mean
I remember
anything.
Barry Windham from WCW.
Yeah. So that they were he apparently had a heart issue that was exacerbated when he got COVID, and he had a heart attack, they said, on Wednesday or Thursday.
Well, that's a shame. I watched a lot of wrestling as a kid, Justin. So I'm glad you mentioned that. But that is old times, Wiz. Like as a kid, I mean, I remember spending a lot of time watching WCW and WWF. So
yeah, and in Chicago, back when I was a kid in the old territory days when WWF was just becoming popular, Chicago didn't have its own territory, so we had TV for pretty much a lot of the country. So we had Texas, we like the Von Erichs, we had Minnesota with the Gagnes, we had the Southern Wrestling and WWF. So it was an interesting time, and we watched a lot of it. I'm not shocked Ric Flair heart failure between the drugs and the alcohol. Uh, you know, he actually held on a lot longer than I thought Ric Flair would hold on compared to some of the guys who went earlier.
Sean said
Ric Flair is not dead.
He's not dead. He just is near.
Had a heart attack. Maybe. I don't know. You guys update us. Let us know what's really going. Yep. Vernon Greg Gagne. Greg Gagne actually is an executive now for WWE. I know way too much about wrestling. But I will mention one of my buddy and my favorite things about Terry Funk was that he was from the Double Cross Ranch, which apparently was a real thing in Amarillo, Texas.
Well,
all right.
Are we going to Gulfstream? It's in 1 minute.
Okay. Chris is like enough with the wrestling talk. Let's get to horses.
Are we done with the wrestling segment?
Sure.
I mean, it might come back in a little bit, man. That was a good one.
When you sent over the rough draft of the script for today, I missed the wrestling stuff. Otherwise, I would have done some homework.
So, like I said in the script, this is just a roadmap. It doesn't mean that we're going to do all of this. So,
yeah, Sean Saint just tweeted. So this is an interesting race. EquinEdge picks, I think, have this race covered. And Oldy, as you know, I do think the synthetic plays a little bit different at times. Yeah. But I would say today, I don't see this horse winning on the lead. The 2 and 3 are great prices here. The 2, the system loves on the morning line, and both have, top 2 picks. And then you have the EquinEdge long shot. So I think the system has the vertical hammered here. I see this as 2, 3, or 6 winning and underneath is my perspective.
Well, the 6 being over 12, I probably would take a pass there. If I had to pick a horse, I like the 2. Just offhand, and I'm actually going to put my money where my mouth is there. And we'll see what happens.
This is a rough race for a bunch of one-time winners, but I would say, a horse like the 2, and Chris, you can chime in. I mean, this horse is lightly raced, but it's been facing much, much easier, but it has a win in a second place. So, the system says you should be getting, this horse should be the favorite, which, for a race that is this, here's how I would use the morning line there. For a race that is just really poor, and this horse being lightly raced and just winning, the win percent only drops a little bit. This horse easily could win again. It is tough to come back and win, I would say. Yeah. But I would say it easily could win. I'd probably, a horse like the 3 with the Apprentice, I would probably maybe put on top here. I'd put this, 3 over 2, 2 over 3. This could come 2, 3, 3, 2, in my opinion. So
I do think you have to take notice of the big drop on the 8 though as well. I don't know that it wants to route, and I think that's where you might be able to catch this horse. But we're going in the gate, so let me pull that up here as well.
Sean says Ric Flair tweeted holding booze, so he must be alive and well.
It reminds me of when I don't know if you guys ever read ProFootballTalk.com before it became part of NBC. But they once had this rumor mill that put every rumor out there around the football industry that they heard, and they once put out that Terry Bradshaw died in a car accident, and he commented, "I did."
This A horse gonna have to send on the Tapeta and speed. It is dropping, but I don't trust anything about this horse, in my opinion.
Well, I just don't know that it wants to route.
I'm with you on the 2. I'm going to take the 3 over the 2, but I could see the 2-3 coming in for sure.
Thoughts, Chris? What do you like?
Yeah. Nothing.
One track
Pass. I
mind
can't even
going
find
forward, then
Gulfstream on my
Parchita
AEW.
and Martini's Amica.
I actually think this is a great betting race, although the 2 and 3 just took a ton of money, so it kind of disappointed me there. They took
And
all the
third.
late money.
Ashley Malou said that like at every
Yeah,
race at
Renegade.
Charlestown last night, and then said, "Oh yeah, I like the 1-5 favorite."
And
So
they're off.
it's a great betting race.
And,
On the far outside,
and the way
Parchita
Charlestown
gets
won
first
yesterday,
call,
the
ridden at
1-5
rail.
favorite
Lang
won that
Lang is
race
on
too.
the rail. In between horses, one track mine, and then it's Krabby who's at the rail. Angel
Krabby.
Morales has
Whoa,
what's
what's
down
the
towards
fly
the
doing?
inside. Floating wide on the
Don't
corner was
know.
Antrim second last. The early trailer is Martini's Amica. They run
I
around
thought
the
that
first
horse was
turn.
going
Lang
to
Lang
try
and
to
Maldonado
attack and
clear
bite
by
another
3.
horse for a
Up the
minute.
second one track mine marching around.
We've
horses
seen that
is
happen
Antrim.
before.
In between runners is Parchita. Saving ground is Krabby. Covered up is Resonancia. And the trailer is Martini's Amica.
I mean, that's a
23
pretty
and 2
quick pace for the
very
synthetic
quick
going
opening
to
quarter. Less than
a mile
6
and a
furlongs to go.
16th.
Lang Lang the leader.
Two
Up on the
saying
outside
great
is
trip.
Antrim. That
3
doesn't
has
do
horse
one track
that looks
mine any
like they're
favors. It
going to
does,
try
however,
coming
help
between.
Resonancia. She secured
I
the
don't
2
see any
path.
of these horses
Krabby
up
is at
front
the rail.
holding
Out
on.
the
but
center
we'll
is
see.
Parchita. The trailer Martini's Amica. So it's a very reasonable, in fact, quick early pace here. 47 and 4 for the opening half mile. The leader is still Lang Lang. On the outside, one track mine is second. Antrim is third. At the rail, Krabby is moving through from Resonancia, who had to tap on the brakes. Parchita's 3 wide, and Martini's Amica is last. Round the far turn at the 5/16. Here's a move from one track mine. Off cover, Krabby moving up now as Lang Lang is all in. Parchita 4 wide and on the march, looking for room
Here comes
behind
the
them.
favorite.
Resonancia, Martini's Amica underway from the back through 3/4 and 112 and 3. Off the turn and the stretch drive, plenty of hopes here. On the far outside, it's Parchita who looks to swoop the field. From between horses, one track mine, then Krabby. Down the center, Martini's Amica. Resonancia flattening out.
Your
It comes
2
past
might
the
get
8th
up,
pole.
Oldy.
It's down to Jose D'Angelo
Gonna be
as
close,
Krabby
but I think
tries
the
to
8's
run
gonna
down Parchita. Parchita close to home.
They're
Krabby
trying
surging
hard.
to her. Parchita.
8-2.
Parchita 2 tough for these from Krabby second and Martini's Amica third. 144 and 4.
But we're seeing things pretty clearly, I would say, right now, as Scotty would say.
Yeah, this was one of the ones that didn't match your deal, right? Because the top 2 weren't the top 2 win percentages.
Right, yep. Exactly. That did not match the angle. And we're bumping up right against Saratoga race 5 as well.
I got some prices for you guys for Saratoga. We had a fairly good call last night. Chuck nailed that race 3. We talked a bit about that one for last night, about how money supply was just 6 days off, wasn't going to get it done.
Well, if that 2 goes with the 4 early, money supply gets it done. No, that's the thing.
Maybe it does, but I mean, Joe Sharp on a 6-day layoff is just not good. And speed, as Chuck told us, and he's been telling us this. The guys will tell you this in the chat, that 51 years going to Saratoga, 9 furlongs, front runners do really, really, really well. And I think we saw that again today. And I think we're going to see that a little later on too. There's another 9 furlong race up there. Race 5, Bear Oak. This was the one that we talked about a bunch last night. Norm Cassie's doing well up there. Horse cutting back from 10 furlongs back to 9.5. You're getting 14-1, something like that.
Second
You
time
think-
turf.
You think this horse can win?
Slight GSR bump. Sora's in line. Let me check the workouts on this one here. Yeah, we thought this one could win.
I mean, this would blow my mind if this horse wins,
Yeah.
but
Don't see it.
I more like I hope it wins for you. I don't think that horse wants to run on the turf would be my perspective, but it's never been on it. We talked about this. Well, it's been on it once, but I don't like seeing this happen at race 34 is my concern.
Sure.
cool
I
if
mean, you're
it's
gonna,
race 5, 8, or 10, but race 34 to be like, we're just Travers Day. We're going to protect and go back to the turf. I mean, I don't know. It seems like a tough feat, but
I think you're getting an interesting price. You know what I used here, but I think you're getting an interesting price on this 3 right now.
yeah, I mean, it's a fair price for sure. But the problem with the 3, I will point out that if I was a chart caller, I would have this ready to go to type in every time one of these horses like this ran, and it would say, horse was unable to overcome its rider.
Well, and also horse just doesn't seem to like to pass anybody.
And it ain't going to like it today.
Yeah. And this is a paceless race, so there is the possibility, even though it's not the top pace, that this horse could get the lead from the inside. And I think that's the horse's chance here.
Well, I'm betting the 4,
race,
certainly the 4 to win in place. I'm not
And
doing any multis here.
I only used the 6 and the 7 here, but I thought the 1 was very interesting. The 1 and the 8 are very interesting here.
The 1, I mean, the horse is taking money. So in a race that has no pace, I guess anything could happen, right?
Yeah.
Like, to be honest, like somebody's probably going to show speed here. I got to imagine. Maybe it's Rosario. I mean, Rosario to me, right? He's either on the front or he's on the back. So he's gonna probably try to walk the dog, would be my guess, right?
Yeah. I mean, just don't let Parker / Wesley Router let you hear you say that you're going to use Rosario.
Well, I mean, I'd rather, if I'm going to use him, I want him where he actually does well, which is on the front or coming late.
Yeah.
So I used the 3, 6, 7 here. I just struggled to find much else.
And I'll point out the 8 was actually in the Sword Dancer and didn't run unrespectively last year. And the 1, is dropping from all graded stakes races.
I mean, the 2, As I Rad, we didn't even talk about that horse.
Well, look for that horse to make room for itself.
Yes. Well, as long as they don't view it as costing a placing.
Yeah, who knows how they view it? Do you have the sound on?
I do not, because that runs on a separate. Right now, I have no video running off of this computer. It's actually a separate computer, so everybody will have to sound themselves, I guess.
I got it.
Control at once.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
English Conqueror comes away second. The inside, and they're followed by Cross.
Well, the 3 didn't get the lead, but the 3 is
inside, followed by Catch
up
That
on it at least.
Drive.
See, Rosario's holding. She's going to try to walk the dog.
Into the first turn, and it's
Yeah.
Aloysius, uncontested on the front end.
James Aloysius.
While opening up a 2.
I mean, he's going to try to go like 50 and a half.
They're followed by
Well, he went 24 and a half.
He's gonna slow it down. I mean, look at him. He's holding the horse.
Yeah.
To an unhurried Nobel.
You guys are ahead of me.
I mean, there is no speed.
No,
Almost
that's
50.
what.
Lengths running toward the half-mile pole. English Conqueror second, the half.
He's still holding.
Followed by Barrow, cross border side by side. Die to Drive and Catch That Party also right together. And Nobel within 6.
I think Cross Border's sitting very dangerously right now where that horse is.
Who takes them into the far turn, yet to be tested. English
114.
second the entire journey. Cross Border moves into third. Heroic asks for a bit more along the inside for Dynadrop. We deep in the pink. Nobel starts to pick it up, has 6 to make up. He's on the outside of Catch That Party. 6 furlongs in 1:14 and 3. James Aloysius, English Conqueror, within a half length of him in second. Nobel trying to come through along the inside and is starting to gain some momentum. Dynadrive in the
6 is flying.
Coming right toward the hedge now in the final 16th of a mile. Barrow Cross Border. It's a wild finish. They're all coming.
Well, nice call, Chris.
In between with the momentum.
Yeah.
And Bear Oak got up.
I would have never been able to find a horse like that. So
Yeah, I didn't see it, but congratulations, guys.
Chuck Brower, I hope you're watching, because that was one that we went over last night extensively, and he texted me again this morning. Don't forget about Baroque. Sweet, excellent way to start the day.
How?
And-
I mean, help me understand how you get to that horse.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go. Let me get back so I can see your screen here. Let's go back there. First of all, let's start at the workout reports. Number 4, right? 3 stars. 3 stars. Case of scratches, exiting a gritty win over the main track. It must be elevated if this gets washed off. Rated recent 3-star work and whatnot. So, again, Scotty will tell you when you look at these things here at the 4. If you scroll up, what did it do last time? Well, it won, right? And it kind of pulled the same move that it made at 10 furlongs, and now it's cutting back to 9.5 on the turf. So if you look at those fractions there, you don't see much, because they weren't running like they weren't running today. And then the next thing is when you highlight that horse and you look at the handy view, you can see that you get a GSR bump. It's only 6 points. It ain't much. But relative to what the SOAR is from a 60 to a 66, and it was 27% to win last night. Chuck just texted me. I hope the guys in the chat bet that one. I don't know if they did, but this guy did. And there's another one. Nice price from Chuck. So today you're only getting 1%, right? Because the 6 is taking up way too much of the win percentage there. And this is the thing is, the system is the system, and we all love the system, but sometimes these numbers are out of whack. And when they're out of whack is when you get 17 to 1 on a horse. And look, EE Morning Line was 12 to 1, and you got 17 to 1. So that's sort of how we got to it. Is this a horse that I'm going to single in a pick 5? No, because I'm not going to play the pick 5 in these early races. I want to see how everything kind of develops. But when you can smash a nice win in place on the 4, and who ran second there?
So the 3 and then the 8. So this pick, that trifecta is going to pay in this pool like $1,500 minimum.
I don't think it'll pay that much.
But you're gonna get a good price for second too, because the 6 is out of there, Irad's out of there, the 1's out of there. Nobody's in the first 2. So if you look at the place pool, look where all the money is.
Exacta paid about 190 to 1.
Well, the trifecta was 300. There was $355,000 in that pool.
Mm-hmm.
So,
the exacta had 785K in the exacta pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the try is gonna pay $750 for 50 cents.
Let's see. We'll see who's right. You're probably right, but
I just looked at probables.
Exacta 194, trifecta 751 1/4.
Yeah. Okay. Well, nicely done, man. That was amazing.
And like I said, I wouldn't have been tipped onto that horse if we hadn't gone over it last night, because we looked at it when we looked at the the race via EE, and these are some of the ones that Scotty's going to go immediately and go boom, knock that horse right out. But if you dig into some of these things and you go, okay, well, Danny, it isn't a 2-year-old, so Danny Gargan was more higher in his 2-year-olds. We knew that going into Saratoga. And if you just didn't believe that 6 was gonna run like that, and Tyler can't win all the races today. So
and anyway, I'm not sure why Rosario went as fast as he did there.
I don't think he went too fast. It was kind of slow. I mean, it wasn't overly quick. He was holding the horse.
I think, Oldy, your point is why did he not go slower? My guess is he just doesn't have the. And I don't mean this in a bad way. He just didn't clock it right in his head. I mean, that would be, he had a clock in his head, and he he went faster than he probably needed to. He also kind of had to choke the horse most of the way, you could see. So, I mean, that's where you get somebody on the front end, you know, that you know, maybe he's just not that great on the front end in a paceless race. I don't know, you know, would be my only perspective. But Oldy, I think we should go to Woodbine just because we talked a lot about that race, and you know, I think there's potential there.
And I also think so. Just so you know, it is now absolutely pouring at Woodbine.
Oh, well, that's okay.
And I do not know if it comes off rule as to whether I get all on my single there. But you know, Chris, we thought and I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this race. We thought this race was wide open. We thought the 4 and the 3, 4 is getting back to the morning line there, but the 3 is a little bit of an overlay. If you look here, the 3 almost, you know, is going to turf for the first time. If this went to synthetic, this horse probably is the favorite.
I still think that horse can run well. You know, I really do. I'd probably put the 3 on top, to be honest, in my mind.
And right now, they're still claiming the turf is good. There's no way. Let me show you what's going on there.
You don't think they'll run on it?
I think they'll run on it. I think this race will stay on since they're 2 minutes away. But you can see how hard this is raining.
I mean, right that looks like Hurricane Hillary last weekend when I was in San Diego, man.
Yeah.
Check your. I just sent you both a message on the WhatsApp.
Nice.
Somebody we know hit that one pretty hard.
Oh, nice. I love seeing that. That's cool. Like, you know, I mean, at 17 to 1, that's a great hit.
Well, I got $54 blended between the win and the place. That was what it paid total. So I had about a third of what our friend had there. So not too shabby.
No, not shabby at all.
That pays for all my.
That's definitely a boom.
Yeah, that pays for all of my my $85 in pick 5s for later. Well, at least one punch of them. Maybe 3.
I teased this with Justin, but there is an interesting data angle in the Travers around 1 or 2 horses. I think
there's only 2 horses that are going to win, and I'm picking.
I wonder if it's the same 2 that. We'll talk about it later. I'll keep teasing this, but I have some interesting. It came up very interesting in my charting, different than I expected.
I can tell you who mine are. It's simple. It's Mage or the Gray Horse. One of the 2.
All right, well,
nobody else.
I will tell you from a straight data standpoint, Mage comes out very poor.
Don't care. Mage is going to run them down.
I'm just telling you.
Forte hates turns.
And you know, talking about that race too, you know, 1.25 miles is almost the catch distance there, because I think Forte likes 9 furlongs. I think
at the bottom, Nick Nosowenko.
You know, the Belmont winner wants longer.
They settle down with Too Much Vino, and I'm into Mischief has come up.
Forte has one more race after this.
And the field is all in. Fillies and mares are locked up. They're off. And as they break back to last is Too Much Vino, and winning the start, I'm into Mischief with Dolce Sorpresa the inside in second. Lying in third, Cartier Princess from stablemate Adora. Cavallo going up on the inside, and 5 away last. Too Much Vino getting across to the rail. I'm into Mischief from the outside by a length. Dolce Sorpresa now comes away from the inside in second. Cartier Princess is a half away third. Cavallo the inside from Adora, and about 3.5 away last. Too Much Vino Inside the half mile they run, and it's I'm Into Mischief on top of Dolce Suppressor and Cartier Princess moving up 3 wide. A length away Cavala, another length to Adora. Still yet to tack on is Too Much Vino. They run inside the 3/8 and Dolce Suppressor leveling now with I'm Into Mischief. 3 wide Cartier Princess, 2 behind them Cavala and Adora. They swing for home. I'm Into Mischief boots on in front, kicked on by about 3/4 to Dolce Suppressor, who's rallying again on the outside. Back in third, Cartier Princess. I'm Into Mischief kicks away for Sofia Vives by a length and a half. Dolce Suppressor really desperate to try and make up the ground. The others have not really found much. Dolce Suppressor kicking on is coming and Rages up now and has just got that little extra punch that the inside runner didn't have. And I'm Into Mischief back to second, and Dolce Suppressor wins by a length for Rafael Hernandez. Second is I'm Into Mischief.
Always has the
Third,
crowd
Cartier
like
Princess,
that chimes into the race call.
It definitely does add to the race call.
I like it. It's awesome.
It's interesting. The rail is out, but if you see there, it's more like cones.
Yeah.
Sweet. Our friend that I just texted you over just made a nice donation to horse charity based off that too. So that's awesome.
Very nice. Very, very nice. So we're fast and furious right now. We got Gulfstream race 4 coming up. Help if I actually pulled that up, but what do you guys think about Gulfstream race 4?
It's a brutal race.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have loved to have seen the first time starter as the long shot, but it ends up being the 0 for 11 horse, which, so this is a tough one, I would say.
All right, so let's just take a look here. The 6, the 7. 7's got a nice E morning line angle as well.
And that's the second pick, right?
Yep. And it's currently sitting at 4-1. Looks like from a SOR standpoint, it fits. Wants to go. The only time it got 7 was in the slop, so maybe it didn't like the slop as much. The 6, who's your third time starter, looks like probably needs the lead.
Wow, Jaramillo's on, so he's sending the 6 to your point.
Yeah, and the other favorite here, the 4, also, looks like it maybe can rate a little more, but also is around a similar speed number. So I think this race is all about whether the 4 goes with the 6 or not, and they get into a duel, or if the 6 gets an easy lead.
Yeah, it's interesting. They thought a lot of the 7 horse Oldy back last fall, so nearly a year ago, and then in its 2-year-old campaign, I mean, to drop into Ralph Nix put this horse in that stakes race, and it is bred well. So I mean, this horse is definitely sneaky. The morning line puts this horse at 2-1, right? So
yeah,
I think from a price value perspective, the 7 is definitely there, right? You're probably going to get 5-1 on this. I bet this horse keeps floating up as the 4 and the 6 take all the money.
Well, and if you think the 4 and the 6 are going to get into a pace duel, maybe the first time starter comes into play too here, and maybe you play. I mean, the GSR is bad, but maybe you play, let's say a 7-1-5 exacta box or try here.
I just boxed the 7 and the 5. I thought the 5 first time starter might run. I don't know if it can win, but I'm not trusting these horses on the front end. I'm hoping that Edwin on the 7 tries to rate a little bit and is able to sit off, would be my perspective.
Yeah, I would go with the 5. I mean, some of these ones are just kind of unproven. The 1 likes to finish second a lot, but it's been a while, and it really hasn't been running great. So there's that. I mean, it's just a bad field.
I mean,
I don't know how much else to say it. I mean, it's just a bad field.
yeah, I don't know why this came back at, and again, it's an algorithm, so I shouldn't know why it came back at 50 SOR. But to me, this is more like a 42 group in my head. I mean, just not more on the lower end of maiden optional claiming 40K than on the higher end.
Well, I think it's because the 7 and the 4, right? To be honest, I mean, I guess, and the 1. So I mean, all these horses have not really dropped, so it's causing it to look like a much tougher optional claim 40, right? I guess they're all protected though too. So, well, I guess the 5 isn't. They put the 5 in for a claim. So,
and I imagine, being by good magic, that this horse was a pretty expensive purchase too. I don't have the sales numbers in front of me, and hold on, was this a purchase or was it? Yeah.
I mean, it's bred well to go 2 churns, but that's about it, right? But there's probably not a lot of data there. I mean, as a pick at first time start, I mean, this horse is 7% for Pompeii. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see this horse run well with a bunch of, non-winners that have struggled.
Yeah.
I hope our friend Edgy was watching that last race. Maybe she can get that up on the.
I don't even allow that any space in my head anymore.
Well, it'd be nice if she can rewind the tape and go find that little piece in there.
Yeah, hey, you could clip it. I'll clip it for you, and I'll even add to the clip where I said I see no way possible that horse wins, and I'll make sure that's part of it.
That's exactly like. Remember when I told Matt Dinnerman that a horse was trash and the horse won? That's the exact same situation.
Speaking of that, as Gulfstream, like it's in Chris, you comment. Is there any word of where he's going?
No, there's no word yet. I'm sure he's going to stay in Northern California. I mean, unless something else bigger opens, because they're gonna run it Sacramento and some of the fair places, and that's all that stuff's going to be.
I'll have to ping him here. We can try to get him on the show again, Oldy. Like, I gotta imagine it was awesome when he came on. So, and I know he was up for coming back on. We'll have to let him, get through the meet or part way through or whatever and see what's going on with him. I gotta imagine though, Christy, he's gonna get a potential offer somewhere, unless he just wants to stay in Northern Cal, right, and do the fair circuits and stuff like that. But
well, you got to remember, all those Golden Gate horses are not all going to Southern California. That's a pipe dream.
Yeah. They're coming. There's some coming up to Emerald.
Yeah, there's going to be some coming up to Emerald, but when you get into the winter, there ain't going to be anything going on at Emerald because there's going to be 4 feet of snow there. But when those horses are not going to go to Southern California. The purse structure isn't there for them. It's going to be more expensive for the owners. So if you've been following what's been going on at the CHRB meetings, they're getting ready to put a schedule together for Sacramento, Fresno, Pleasanton, and Santa Rosa, where they have a turf course too. Well, they'll circle around there up until when the fair meets start. They've got a little bit of problem at Sacramento with since they run the harness races there, and they have a contract that goes for quite a while. But I would imagine Matt probably will take over for Trevor once Trevor's tired of driving to Del Mar.
Well, I just wonder though, his contract might be with the Stronach Group, so they could possibly put him in another Stronach track.
Where? The one in
Laurel, maybe?
Arizona. They're not going to get rid of Dave Rodman. Plus that, who the hell wants to go to Laurel every day?
Let's go to Gulfstream because
loading here.
They're loading. I think that you're getting. I played a little 5-7 box, mainly because I was
The horses
getting about
are
30
at the
to
gate.
35 to 1. I
It's
like to look at
outpost
the
time.
probables too, Chris, and you're getting a
Coming up, moving
3
in,
to 1
race
and a
number
5 to 1 that's paying, that's about 15 to 20 to 1. You're getting
Here's
about
How
35 to
Surprising
1.
moving up.
So, if the chalk doesn't run here, which I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't, that the 7's continually taking money though. That horse got bet all the way down to 3 to 1.
Yeah.
Well, and you could possibly play a double to a horse like Spankster
Waiting for Sky Hooper and Belts and Brooks.
here too, or Skipper 2, or Long Range Toddy. I mean, the next race is interesting where you could possibly have a nice double
Belts and
here.
Brooks. To the
Long
outside.
I'm a spectator at this race.
7
Good
furlongs
luck
of the
to you.
journey. They're at the post.
Long Range Toddy, yes, in a handicap.
And they're off. Step slow to break, Magic Hua. Quick start for Sky Hooper with Belts and Brooks moving up on the outside. These two get acquainted. Away in third and angling is How Surprising.
5
Way out
or
the center,
4 is
Magic
going to
Hua,
rush up.
51.50 sliding through at the inside. The trailer is Arte to get up. Here's an early move from
Well,
Miguel Vasquez.
unfortunately
on
for
How
the 6, the
Surprising
4
was out the
was
center
able
with
to
a
hit a
neck
higher
advantage.
top speed
Toward the
there.
rail, Sky Hooper
not
is
sure
now
the 6
second.
can
Belts
rate.
and Brooks rein back to run third. At the inside, 51.50 with Magic Hua on the outside. The trailer is Arte to get up. 23 and 2, not much pace on here, half a mile away. With the advantage, it's How Surprising by a neck. Right back at him is Sky Hooper toward the rail. Belts and Brooks and Magic Hua together third and fourth. Dropping back is 51.50 and Arte de Guerra is last. Around the floor, turn at the 5/16. Vasquez lets out a notch on How Surprising, who responds in kind and now leads a half a length. Sky Hooper is driven to stay with him second. Magic Hua calls it a day inside Belts and Brooks.
Speaking a whole lot
46 and 3/2 mile. There's a quarter of a mile left to go. How Surprising trying to put away Sky Hooper, but Sky Hooper's battling back gamely off cover. Belts and Brooks has a shot at him from third with an 3/16
Well,
to
5
go.
didn't run,
Here
7
comes
going to
Belts
win.
and Brooks rallying up on the outside of How Surprising.
Only
and
get
Belts
5 to 2
and
though.
Brooks is
But
5 to 2 and kicking clear. Back to second is How Surprising. Sky Hooper third. Belts and Brooks in front. Belts and Brooks wins from How Surprising second.
well, we talked a lot about that horse, right? So
One
now-
finished third, so I had that try
and 3.
Nicely done.
without the 6.
Yeah, favorite knocked out. Good.
Yeah.
Well done,
I
man.
mean, it's not going to pay huge because it was still the second choice and the co-second choices in first and second, but I'll take it.
Well, there was a 7.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We talked a lot about that horse, right, Chris? I mean, it looked like it was just going to sit off the pace and rate and kind of went around him. So the 4 helped there. I mean, the 6 tried to go the lead, but the 4 had no.
Yeah.
Was not going to let that happen. So
6. Where did the 6 finish there?
6
What was
finished out of the money.
Yeah.
Faded
48.
the 1 closed and 6 faded to 4th.
Yeah, and like we said, it was a bad field, and you can see it's 48%, right? And you got a decent jock trainer combo there. So there's all on paper in the system. There's a lot to like there. It's ran 2 times, ran second. Last time out, and was almost there, and that was 25. So it was jumping up. And so the soar here, Oldy, we were talking about that before, and that 50 is probably the right number. It turns out to be because this one was a 42 when it ran in a maiden special at a 52, it lost by 9 and kind of did what it did this time. So
and the 4 rushing up and hitting a higher top speed than the 6 and just getting its neck in front, I think was enough. The 6 can't rate.
All right, I don't normally say this, but let's go to Colonial. You got 5 minutes.
I'm surprised you don't say that more often, actually, because Colonial's such a low takeout track.
It is. It's just they come from all over the place. And look at this. It's a 5.5 furlong turf sprint with 10 horses. I mean, God knows what could happen here. And you look at the win percentages here. It's like almost everybody could be in play here. I haven't even pulled the workout reports up for this, but just looking at the pace, strength of race, it's a 44. Like just about everybody but the 2 qualifies, and the 2's 18%.
Yeah. No, and the 2 is actually, is the only horse that's won at this distance too. But it's against 32s.
Yeah.
The thing that caught my eye originally was the 7. And this is without looking. This was just looking out there. The 7's a little interesting. And the 4. And that was just from the front page, not from here. I think that the 4 possibly getting back to the turf. Or, and there are other things here, but a lot of these horses, and this is what I found at Colonial in general, is a lot of these horses just don't want the turf in general that are running on the turf here. Okay, you have I'd say a sub 60 average on the turf runners at Colonial this year.
I'd give a look to the 5. I'd give a look to the 5 just based on trouble in the last. If he can behave himself, he
big GSR drop though.
Sure. But I'm getting 8-1 on an Irish war cry horse. I'm not making this the focus of my day, but if I'm one of those guys that I'm betting race to race and whatnot, the 5's something I could get behind a little bit.
I'm taking the 8. Like, I mean, this horse is off the layoff for Trombetta, which is fine. I mean, if you look, I mean, it's been over at Laurel. It's working. I love seeing every 7 days. They talk a lot about that, but it's working well. It's dropping in SOR. Trombetta's putting this horse at the right spot to get a win. They're willing to just give it up for a claim. But I love that the win percent goes up. It doesn't have a lot of speed is the biggest concern. It has to break would be my concern. If this horse doesn't break, it's going to be problematic. But I do love that they went on a layoff, right? And it finished its 4 or 3-year-old campaign. It comes back as a 4-year-old and it's at the right spot and it's the second pick. So that would be my pick.
5-8.
I'm just looking. I haven't really made a pick yet.
You got Toledo riding for the 5. I mean, that's not a bad thing.
Holy Toledo.
Yeah.
What about the long shot? I mean, the long shot's the favorite currently.
Who's saying was Holy Toledo? Baseball.
Was it Harry Callis?
No, Bill King.
No, Vin Scully.
No, Bill King for the Oakland A's. That was, he did the Oakland A's and the Oakland Raiders. Holy Toledo.
The 4 is a little interesting to me, like I mentioned, but I think I like the 7. Nearly beat 50s, going 5 furlongs. Is going to be between here, those 2. This is an easier group. I think this horse could be really dangerous here. You could sit a trap.
Yeah.
The 2 horse has been, just great sprinting on the turf. I mean, I'm not surprised to see this horse that, it won 2 back in a 32 and then it improved in a 36. I'm still taking the 8, but I'm not surprised to see the 2 taking money and that this horse, and this is just the field is just kind of all over the place, right? It's like, do they want turf? Do they want dirt? The 3 and 5 have never been on the turf. The 5, to your point, Oldy, and then Chris, I know you like the 5 is dropping, but the 3's never been on the turf, and that horse could improve. So I'm going to play an 8 over the 2-3. That's my 8 pick.
Over the 2-3. Okay. This whole race is going to be all about the trip, right? You're going to have to get a good trip, and if you get stopped at any point in time, none of these horses are good enough to be able to overcome that.
Yeah.
So
we also do have Saratoga race 6 coming up. And Justin, I know you and I like different horses here.
Yeah, this was a tough race. I got Colonial up on my other screen, so you can leave it here, Oldie, and I'll turn the video on. But I mean, well, I think in my pick 3, which I didn't use Chris's 4, and I should have just put it on the ticket, but I think I was 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. But I mean, the interesting thing of this race, though, Oldie, that I saw is I like the first time starters here. I wasn't on the 2 or the 3. You know, the 6 is a first time starter. It's second EquinEdge pick. You know, but I also thought that the 4 and 5 were interesting. So I really was around that. But then you have the long shot in the 10 as well. So I thought this was a tough race, though, Oldie, to be honest. But I do like a first-time starter to win here. I played a pick 3 and used those horses, and then I'm singling Gunite over Elite Power, and then added a few. So I don't know. I do like the first-time starters here, though.
Yeah, you worked. Those were your numbers, Justin, on that pick 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10.
Yeah.
And, you know, I like the 10 some here. I think the 3 is a little interesting. As a second-time starter for Pletcher, keeps IRAD, or gets IRAD, so gets an upgrade there. It's interesting that Johnny V is getting the ride on the first-time starter, the 6 there, and you know, so I thought both those were interesting, but I think the 10 has a chance to go gate to wire here.
They're loading at Colonial. I can pull up the sound if you want to listen.
Jason Beam, and the race is on.
Oh, the track crew have a red shirt that says track crew on the back. It's a pretty turf course, though.
It is. It's the biggest one in the country, and they're on the outside, so you're going to get plenty of room and not get pinched.
Storm Trap got away quickly. Heart of Joy down toward the fence, along with Cajun Fun. Those 4 in that front back, but it's all jokes aside. And Heart of Joy, those are the 2 that go on best. Cajun Fun back 3rd, Storm Trap 4th in the red colors. Then comes Get Them Digits, who's on the inside in 5th. Right, that one's outside is Goldquist. On the far outside, Irish Warlock going to be 3 deep into that turn. It's 2 more than back to just above. Vote them all out. And Wild Irishman is 10th and last. All jokes aside, leads them past the 3/8 pole. 22-1 for that opening quarter mile. All jokes aside, a length and a half to the good. Storm Trap up on the outside of Heart of Joy. They race together 2nd and 3rd. Starting to get going. Irish Warlock in the purple colors, cast out 3 deep, but is gaining on the outside.
I mean, my 8 didn't break, so it's done.
To the top of the stretch.
Yeah.
Storm Trap now just 3/4 of a length back in 2nd. Down the outside, Irish Warlock. Get Them Digits, the gray just in behind. Goldquist trying to put in a little bit
My
of a
7's too far back, too.
Hits the front.
EquinEdge long
Wow,
shot.
too far back.
Final furlong, now a length and a half in front. All jokes aside.
9 gonna win.
Yeah, E top pick.
Storm Trap, 2.5 in the end.
Well, that was no good.
Oh,
No.
good. We're loading in the gate at Saratoga at the same time, too.
I literally like the 11 here. I'm sorry it's scratched.
This wasn't the race. I think race 8, the 14 was an MTO, was a 4-star work that scratched out too. Or it might have been the last race.
I was going to say, since we just switched from Colonial, maybe you bet Colonial Rose. And then I looked at the rider. And I said, no.
Scano has really not been riding well this year.
Lascano?
Yeah.
He's won a few races. Toga, he's done fairly well on.
I feel like he's, where you catch him is on the turf. You want me to pull the sound up, Oldy?
Yeah.
Sure, go for it.
Race 6. I'm going to go with the 9. Small win bet.
They're off. And life's joke eyes right out of the gate.
EquinEdge long shot right to the lead.
Yep. Well. Down at the rails, she's wicked. Smart is up and on the pace, taking 2nd. Shoplifting now in 3rd. Just FYI is next, followed by Colonial Rose, who's 5 lengths off the lead, 2 clear antenna. Then it's Willowy, slow starting Lady to Berry, 2nd to last. And here's your trouble at the back of the field. The opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. And Life's Joy has made it over to the rail, leads a length and a half. Shoplifting closing in, as is just FYI on the outside, taking third. A length and a half off the lead. Coming
10 gonna stop.
She's
Yeah.
down at the rail, fourth. They're followed by Colonial Rose and Antenna. A new leader, Shoplifting at the top of the stretch in 45 seconds flat. Opens up to
9 coming.
She's wicked smart.
I don't know if you're gonna get by though.
Followed by Colonial Rose. Final eighth of a mile. Shoplifting, just FYI, within a half length of her. And then she's wicked smart.
I think the 9's got the measure.
FYI, a final surge. Here's the line. Photo.
Good call.
FYI, got her.
Good call, Chris. Nicely done. 9 gets home right there at the last jump.
Yeah, 3-star work. Justify Philly. These are all bred to win early. You guys read the comments. You saw the picks on the workout report. That's kind of where that one came from. Well, not kind of, but mostly. And then if you look at EquinEdge on that, 13% horse. You got the clustered win percentages. The 7 we knew was going to go to the lead with the 72 GSR. He only had, it was a lot of first-time starters in the race. Mott is typically not good with first-time starters, but one thing I'll tell you that turned me on to looking at his is that, I don't know, 1 or 2 weeks into the Saratoga meet, he was talking about more quality instead of quantity. So he's going to run less horses, but they're going to be ready to roll first time out. That was kind of what I took out of that.
Yeah, the 4 took a lot of money. That horse was also on the workout report, Chris. Ran a good race, but the 9 set the trip. Alvarado outrode Ortiz there, in my opinion.
Yeah, and look at what EquinEdge has there. It's a 7% horse, and morning line was 6-1. The EE line was 45-1. You're obviously not going to get a strength of race. The GSR was not bad. It wasn't great, but it certainly wasn't a 45-1 morning line. That's just kind of an outlier there. A couple bullet workouts. You get the Babe's brother, Tony, to train the horse. I can see why the public settled there at 5-2.
So at Woodbine, they are now off the turf as predicted. What I don't know is whether you get an all here.
Weren't they on the Tapete, or this was on the turf originally?
Yeah, this was 5 furlongs on the turf. And the 4 actually wanted synthetic more than turf on paper anyways, but that they did not announce whether it's an all.
I'm guessing it is. Isn't that the common thing, unless you're playing at parks?
Oh, there was one other track that I can't remember if it was Sam Houston or what it was that didn't do it.
Let's ask.
Yeah.
Who would know? Our friend Wesley Parker.
From a value standpoint, it probably would be better if it wasn't an all and the single hit, but
this 4 may be worth a win bet here. What do you guys think? You got a square on the GSR, which has got a pretty good GSR advantage. You got a square on the pace, 35% horse, jock trainer. They've 1 for 4. I don't know these guys too much, but Campos jumps off the 6.
Taking a big drop.
Yeah, I told Oldy, I can see why you single this horse. It's either winning or it's not hitting the board, in my opinion. So it's either going to win and go gate to wire, or it's stopping badly. It is, Oldy did call out, it is protected. So maybe they're just getting a perfect spot based on the condition book in a race, to be honest. But it's I mean, it's taking a lot of money, which is to be expected. So,
Is this first time synthetic for it?
It is
It's been on
not,
the
no.
grass.
So this horse is run on both. I'm guessing, though, this was an off also. But if you look here, this was a 32K non-winner of 1 that it was running, and now it's running in a 40K optional non-winner of 3 lifetime. And it's just coming back easier.
What about the 1? Accelerate. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I
only
mean,
run
probably wants
7
more to
times.
route than go 5 furlongs. The 5's the other one that's kind of interesting to me on the synthetic. Wasn't on the turf, but on the synthetic.
Well, I
It
claimed
needs
this
some
horse
pace
off
to
the
run
mark
into.
last week. Yeah, it won at 6 furlongs for 15, break its maiden, and then won right back out at Woodbine at 7.5. And then Kevin Patton put the tag in.
And he's putting the apprentice up, Sophia. So he's getting the 8-pound weight break.
Well, that's a big upgrade right there on the jock upgrade for sure.
But again, without knowing whether, from a win bet standpoint, for you, knowing whether this is an all probably doesn't mean anything. And for me, if I knew it was an all, then I'm looking at this race differently too.
Well, how much time we got? Oh, they're going to be.
We got a minute, yeah.
All right, Woodbine. Pick 5 rules. Does anybody know? Nothing in the chat.
Cindy would know.
Rules and regulations. It's always nice when it comes up first. You don't have to go like searching for it.
A single him there, and it's a $50,000 gross jackpot guarantee. We're just getting rolling here as we last week paid it out. So it's
Chestnut mare at odds of 20 to 1.
Good luck, Oldy.
Thank you.
Remembering
thank you very
Rhoda
much.
has gate number 3.
If you find it, Chris, let us know.
And it is the turn of Indian Music to follow to gate 4. As they come forward now with Indian Music. Living on Love has enjoyed good success on both surfaces, so the switch to the main track certainly will not be a problem here. Know How comes up. And the last along will be Dice K Fukumoto with Lincolnville Beach running for the barn of Mike Dunslow here today. So Lincolnville Beach to the outside gate, the one to come. And the field waits for horse 7, who's digging the toes in. She is by Keen Ice, and Lincolnville Beach goes forward. This field is now all in and locked up. Gates fly back, they're off to a good start, and best away Living on Love. Rattling through is Indian Music, the outside Know How. Up the rails is Plus Power from Old Secrets, Remembering Rhoda, and a length away last Lincolnville Beach. Stepping clear though, Indian Music broke out in front. A length and a half to Know How from Living on Love, Plus Power, then Remembering Rhoda, Old Secrets, and a length away last Lincolnville Beach. As they race along to the 3.5 out in front, it's still Indian Music kicking on by 2 to Know How, and on the inside Living on Love. A couple away Remembering Rhoda, on the inside Plus Power. For the first time, Lincolnville Beach showing some interest at the back with Old Secrets as they come to the quarter. Indian Music by a length and a half, Living on Love. Up in third placing is Know How, Remembering Rhoda is next, and then came Plus Power, and down the outside, Lincolnville Beach starts to build a run. Indian Music got away, 2 lengths in front. Living on Love in second from Know How, and down the extreme outside is Lincolnville Beach, but it's Indian Music chiming away. Indian Music by 2 lengths to Living on Love and Lincolnville Beach.
Gonna have to hold
Indian
on
Music
here.
a length and a half to Living on Love, and at the wire scores, it is Indian Music first. Second place to
So
Living on Love.
regardless, we didn't
Remembering
get the
Rhoda now is
answer, but
third.
we know
Lincolnville Beach Old Secrets, the
we got
third of
the
the
same.
fourth.
It doesn't say specifically, although I did find out that the takeout on the pick 5 is 21.7%. So there's that.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100,000 K guarantee for today. and
So it's
barely made it there.
First quarter
So it's
was 22
80,000.
and 3, the half 45 and 2, the
80,
time
79,
57.85.
78,000.
Tony played a
No,
$100 win bet on that horse. Otherwise, you would have gotten a better price.
The winner is for Indian
This is an
5
interesting-
11 on love, a photo for show. 4,
Interesting
5 and a
for
third place photo.
a pick 3, 4, and 5 there. It says, however, if a scratch occurs in any leg of the pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5 pools before the pool is closed, a ticket, including the scratch horse, may be canceled. How would you do that?
I don't know.
Well, I thought it says before. You just cancel your ticket.
Yeah, no, it says
So-
in any leg.
Rhoda, 4-7, Lincolnville
Oh.
Beach, unofficial,
Wow.
537.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's written poorly, would be my guess, my comment.
It's probably Canadian.
Hey, now, calm down.
All right, you got 1 minute to Gulfstream race 5.
So what do we
By
like
Dan
here? You
Hurtak,
have
Miguel Vasquez.
A handicap.
a
How often do you see a
handicap. You
handicap?
have a long time horse that's been around a long time, a hard knocker and long range toddy. Doesn't win all that often.
They'll have one last out here, going 7 furlongs.
Yeah.
Is
But
John Court
yeah,
in the
you
right?
look at before that, there's no wins on the screen.
No. You know why?
Why?
Dal Stewart.
Well, that'll do it every time. You're absolutely
Well, it
correct.
just, really, really trying to reach for the stars, right? Grade 2s, grade 3s, listed stakes.
So, Big and Classy is your big and classy favorite here. It looks like deservedly so from a likes to win standpoint. I don't have that up for you guys to see what I'm seeing, so that would. So that's Big and Classy. 1, 8 of 9 here, and the only race it didn't win was the Saratoga Special, which just was too big of a step up. It's carrying 123 pounds, which is, the same as long range toddy. Skipper 2, also a decent horse here. 1, 2 of 3. Probably went way too long last time. Didn't want even though the GSR supported it, didn't seem to want the distance. You have Spankster that I mentioned earlier that I thought was a little interesting. I would have liked a better trainer on this, but
I mean,
that
that would be where I would land, Oldy. I mean, this horse comes over from coach, and I mean, it's the GSR. I think is the most intriguing thing on this horse, and this is not some amazing handicap race, to be honest. And they're going a tricky distance at 8 furlongs at Gulfstream, so
That's
and
my
this
winning
horse.
horse.
Say again.
Sure. That's my winning place horse. I'm just going to make a small winning place.
I mean,
you just want to say you have to hear the track announcer say Spankster.
That'll be fun, sure.
If I was playing if I played the pick 5 or the pick 4 here, I'm having to use and even to be honest, the other Grand David, the other Barboza horse is even interesting from a perspective, but Spankster has the top SOR, Oldie, as EquinEdge long shot. I mean, this horse is 7%, not getting any love, but Edwin Gonzalez rides well for Brady, lightly, but this horse has won at 8 furlongs. I don't know where, if it was at Gulfstream. Go ahead.
Top soar too, Justin. That pairs up with the GSR real nice. And I like that 5 too. I don't like the GSR on the 5, but again, it's another one of these ones that when you go back and look at its wins and the soar, it fits, right? It didn't fit in the other ones because it was just facing classier horses a lot. Grade 3s, listed stakes. You got a decent jock trainer combo there on the 5. Now, the one's probably going to win just because, look at that screen. I mean, it's just a ton of yellow.
Just likes to win.
It's never gone 8, and it's been facing easy. Like, I mean, if you trust strength of race and that this horse now has to go 8 furlongs, I mean, it is on the rail, so I would say that's not a bad thing for Gulfstream, but I think this horse really has to improve, to be honest. And a horse like the 6 is actually dropping in SOR and getting to easier competition than it has been racing into.
Yeah, the one, I mean, it won last out against 68.
Yeah.
And, to your point, 7 furlongs, it's got to go an extra panel. 6 is probably not its best, in terms of GSR and everything. And it's got a little bit of a drop, a big gap between the 1 and the 6. But
well, and I would say that the other thing to consider here is maybe this horse will be okay at a 1-turn mile, but wouldn't be a horse you'd want to use in a 2-turn mile.
Yeah.
I'm still on Spankster. I just think with the SOR and the GSR and the long shot, and like, again, with long range Toddy, one last out at 7, now stretching out to 8, which is fine. I mean, that horse is actually interesting, to be honest, more so to me than the 1, but I could be wrong.
All right, they ready to go?
Yes.
Yep, but I'm thinking a 1-6 exacta as well.
I'm 6 over the 3.
I didn't get it in. 6 broke outwards, but broke well.
Oldy, you have video?
Oh yeah, that would help, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the rare ones we can show because of all the meaties.
By long range Toddy, their heads apart. Spankster's in the clear on the outside, the skipper 2 between horses. Down at the rail, it's big and classy. Reyes has strong hold of him, and the trailer is Mutawid. 24 seconds for a very reasonable opening quarter. The leader is long range Toddy by a neck. Skipper 2 is second toward the inside, big and classy, deciding where he wants to race. Out in the center, it's Grand David. Widest of all is Spankster, and Mutawid is last. They make their way to the half-mile point. Long range Toddy has the lead by a length. The skipper 2 is second. Grand David is third. Big and classy fourth, patiently handled through a half mile of 40.4. So the skipper 2.
Yeah, I mean, I played the 6 over the 3-5. In a way, I was having a box them, to be honest.
Trying to rally from fourth is Big and Classy. He's within 4 of the lead as the pace quickens. Second last is Spankster. Mutawid's had pace ahead of him. He's last a long way.
Yeah.
Move past the quarter pole now. Long range Toddy calling on all his back class. Still the target.
Opinion.
3 quarters, 110 and 4. On the outside, Big and Classy is coming after him from between horses. The skipper 2. Now there's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Long range Toddy. He still has something in reserve, and he's 2 on top. Big and Classy charging at him from the outside. 16th to go. Long range Toddy trying to get home. Big and Classy running out of time. Long range Toddy wins the Eddie Broom. Second is Big and Classy. Third is the skipper 2. Then Grand David, 135.
It looked like the 1 came over on the 5. He had to pull that horse up pretty good.
I mean, the 3 was the same. I mean, the 3 won last out in the 68, and win percent goes down. But I mean, just facing much tougher. Where the 1 again, like this horse was having to step up. It did win a 68 last out, but step up, stretch out to 8 furlongs. Probably not what it wants to do, to be honest. It probably wants to go a little bit shorter, but yeah, I'm, and the 1 went off as even money. Wow.
Well, if you have the 6 beating the 2, you cash your ticket. That was the last exacta.
I'm going to take in between races here. We have 14 minutes to Saratoga, race 7. I will be right back. So let me should I put E up? Do one of you want to share your screen real fast while I duck out?
No, I just, well, I guess we have Saratoga race 7. I'll just share my screen for a minute till you get back, Oldy.
All right, sounds good.
Well, Justin, we got 5 minutes to Monmouth, but that's a 7.5K claimer. Maybe we can find something better than that. Ellis Park,
we'll
they're
miss
going in the gate.
Ellis, they're not in the gate yet, but any minute, I'm sure they will be. I mean, 8-horse, top EquinEdge pick, top GSR, first-time starter. I mean, if I'm randomly searching a race and I find that, and you get Corrales for Brad Cox, so 3-1, the EquinEdge long shot is the favorite at Ellis. But I mean, a situation like that, I don't know what the report says, but in a maiden race, getting 3-1 on a Brad Cox Corrales is the top EquinEdge pick and top GSR is pretty good.
And it's a hell of a door song too. You know, hell of a door song. That is
true, man.
Yeah, you have to wait till they go in the gate here because there's no cutoff in Kentucky, right? But 3-1 is nice. You get 3-1 or even 5-2 is not bad to punch on the win ticket. The EE long shot's taking money for favoritism. Not sure I like Garcia on that horse, but
top win percent EE long shot. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it's gonna get a good pace to sit off. I'm on the top EquinEdge pick here. I don't know about an exact. I don't know who I would actually put underneath. The 2's taking a ton of money. The 4 is the second EquinEdge pick for Asmussen.
And you nailed it when you talk to the jockey trainer combo. They 25 times they've run together and they're at 48%. I mean, that's pretty darn good. Yeah, I know that Garcia and Bauer 43% on 7 rides, but 25 is a decent sample.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody just got scratched. LA woman. The 8's out.
Oh. Wow.
8 is out.
No more 8. So
turning the page.
We want to look elsewhere. Arapahoe Park. Wow.
4 minutes to Ruidoso. Want to do some quarters?
Yeah, I mean, Pace says this is all 7-2, man. I mean, maiden special, state bred. I mean, GSR likes a few of these. I mean, this looks 7-2, 2-7 to me all day.
7 deuce, huh?
You have some first-time starters in here, but I mean, the pace figure is so dangerous here. I don't think the 7 has to win, though, but this horse copy of Jess did come out of futurity and then a stakes race. So I don't know. Maybe she is going to be really hard, to be honest. Ramirez rides. I mean, a 0% trainer on the 2 you don't necessarily love, but oof.
13-1 on the 6. This EE second pick.
Tony, Oldy might. I probably won't, but I'm sure he will.
I'm actually looking at that right now.
Why is this in Oldy? Hold on one sec. Why is the 6 the top or the second EquinEdge pick, Chris? I mean,
I don't know. That's what I'm looking at. It's another one of these 1%ers, right? I mean, does it? The GSR isn't screaming. This is just one where even Scotty, I think, would scratch his head and say, I don't know. I mean, he's done that before. I don't know. 330. I mean, it wants 440, but they don't have 440 maiden races.
It's an okay 350 number, though. I mean, I mean, you get a good jock on this horse. And they hit at 19%, so this is his go-to jockey. I mean, I would have to pay attention to that, to be honest. I mean, you're getting 13 to 1. To me, that's worth a little bit of a bet just from the perspective of if you're looking for value.
Yeah, and I mean you could just take the top 3 here and work yourself into something. I mean, I agree with you that I think the 7 is going to run either first or second if it gets out of the gate well, and it does well. I mean, a 7-6 is paying 18 to 1.
That's what I'm playing. I buy boxes as a saver, but I'm gonna just play top 7 over 6. I mean, the 7 looks so hard because look, I mean, it won or it finished second in futurity, and then it did run well in this stakes race, right? And this just seems like a weak field. But to me, that's the value play is playing the 7 over the 6.
7 copy of Jess.
Do 7-6-2. I'll key the 7.
Yeah, I'm with you. Oldy, I'll move it back to you here in a second.
No worries.
Riodoso. We were gonna play Ellis for a minute, but then the pick got scratched. So
I literally had the EE screen up and boom, it disappeared.
I mean, I'd be about 288 on a Saratoga
pick 6.
dollar pick 6. And I don't know how good I feel about it type situation.
That's a good Indy, that's a good note on the 6. So, I think I'm playing 7 over the 6, but I did save a little bit with the 6-7 box just because the value is there for me to save, but that's a good note on firsters. I mean, 50% is wild. 7 over 2-4-6 was, I mean, I like it. I think the 2 makes sense from a pace number, so.
Now in the way about to climb back 4. Here comes RC, a flash and survivor.
The 7 does look tough, though.
And on her outside, Jet Foos Patriot. Now, Dark Ivory Coast and the favorite copy of Jets. Now, copy of Jess backing away. And now Ricky's jumped off.
Hate it when Ricky jumps off.
We jumped off.
I hate it when Manny jumps off.
Right up the gate and back away. Second try, she goes in. Now Ricky will climb in the gate to tie back on. Now we have She's a Bodacious Babe and Patriots Flat, Moon Flash.
What a great name. She's a Bodacious Babe.
Outside 2, last 2, Z Queen and Southern Belle.
Big field of 10.
Copy of Jess. Z Queen in. Southern Belle on the outside. Completes the full gate. All in, set for the opener.
God, how long has this taken? Seems like we've been doing this for 7 minutes.
Come on, 6, run.
Runners. We have a
7 gonna smoke these
inside
fools.
of that yellow cap, Dark Ivory Coast, and then at the rail RC.
Nah, 7 gonna win though.
Copy of Jess from Dark Ivory Coast. Copy of Jess beats Dark
Ivory Coast. Wiz, good call on the 4. Came underneath, and you get a little bit of a price and 9 to 1. So nicely done. There's the pace figures all for it. So well done of grabbing the 4 there to run the second. All right, Oldy, it's all yours again.
Hey, and Wiz, very good reference there on Ricky. Don't lose that number.
Let me take. There we go.
So Oldie, I got to make a quick phone call. One of my neighbors has got a problem, but I'm going to give you my. Tony wanted a pick 6, so I'm going to give you.
All right.
I'm going to take a picture of it and send it to you, but it's $32. 2-3 with 6-9 with 4-6 with
2-3.
6. Hold on, let me just send it to you. It'll be easier.
6-9.
4-6.
4-6. 6.
4-6. Got that.
6.
3-7.
3-7. 2-4.
Oh shoot. 3-7. 2-4.
$32. That's about as much as I would want to spend on this, because I know that I'm likely going to lose, whether it's 32 or 320. Because it's complicated, and the more complicated the bets, the harder they are to hit.
What did I do wrong there? I have the 13 in that.
Yeah, I just put it in your chat.
Tony, I like this single of Gunite. I think that, you know, if I was to single, I think it's hard to use both horses there because I don't see anybody else winning. So I feel like you just have to make an opinion in this race, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, I get wanting to get out of a pick 6 by, well, I can use 2 horses and guarantee I'm going to get out of the race. But I mean, if you look at, they raced against each other last out, right? And they're now stretching out to 7. And, you know, I think both should appreciate it. But I do think that Gunite, from a pace perspective, is the one to kind of control the race here and be able to dictate the terms with Gaff Leone versus Irad. So it's going to be interesting. Elite Power is by far the best dirt sprinter in the country, I would say. So,
you're right there, Justin, in terms of you got to make a decision here between the 2 and the 3. Holding both of them is just doubling the cost of your ticket.
Whatever
else you do.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, I think from a ticket structure, it's just it just like kills the value so much because you're not able to add horses elsewhere that you could probably add potentially 3 or 4 other horses or 2 horses elsewhere, and you're getting the same price on these horses. And so that's where if I couldn't make it, for me, when I can't make a decision like that, unless I'm so confident elsewhere that but if you're not, you got to have that money to spread in a different leg, in my opinion. But
well, and I think you look at race 10, I'm singled in the 2-day pick 6 here. But I think the EE picks have this right. I think at race 10, it's the 6, 7, and the 2. And the 2 is super sneaky, though the EE long shot. Multiple grade 1 winner, has beaten a group like this. You're going to get some value here as well. The question really is just going to be, is Echo Zulu just too fast for everybody?
The answer is yes.
Yeah. And that was my thinking as well on the 2-day pick, 6.
I don't care if it's a 4-day pick 6 or a 7-day pick 6. It's Echo Zulu all the way. If I really thought Gunite or Elite Power would get beat here, then I would just take the 1, 4, and 5 and leave the other 2 off. And then you start the day. You start your pick 6 here with immense value. But
these are allowance horses, though.
It's 87% between those 2. So you've got to pick one and cross your fingers.
Well, and you're getting 7-5 currently on Gunite versus 3-5 on Elite Power. So
horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Grade 1 4-go.
We're still a little further away here from the gate than they're making it sound. I'd say there's 2-3 minutes before it goes. But Chris, if you need to go.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. What are the odds here if you put sportsbook odds on an inquiry?
Nah, I don't see it happening. I just don't think the field's good enough. You mean because you think they're going to be dueling down the stretch in Irad with Tyler Gaff?
Yes, I
Yeah.
believe that's exactly what he's saying.
hmm
Here's Gunite.
We'll see.
I mean, I don't. I think. I don't know.
All right,
I'm
we're
on
going in.
down.
We got $1 million in the dollar pick six pool.
Coming up. Thank you, Lafitte. We're waiting on long shot
1
synthesis
million.
to the outside for the grade 1 forego. They're in the gate. And they're off in the forego, and a very even beginning. Gunite is the quickest out of there. Pipeline is showing good speed, and those two hook up in the opening furlong. Elite Power is only 2 lengths off them in third, followed by Synthesis and High Oak at the back of the field. Gunite.
Ford's trying to rate.
Faster than Pipeline, but they're going at a very moderate, heading toward the half-mile pole. The opening quarter in 23 seconds.
Right now, I'd say this is setting up perfectly for Elite Power, but Elite Power's got to get off the rail
as much as possible. Pipeline is second. Elite Power 2 off the pace in third. Synthesis being worked upon outside of him, and another 2 back to High Oak. Midway on the far turn, the half in 46 and 1, and it's Gunite and Pipeline 1-2. Elite Power 3 off them now in third. As High Oak takes fourth, they're at the top of the stretch, and Gunite off the rail, forcing Elite Power to his inside, and these two hook up once again with a...
Come on, Gunite. Keep going, Tyler.
At the jump, Elite Power a half length behind, trying to get him. Gunite still...
Gunite got it.
Push him on the rail.
Is maintaining the lead, and he will just Elite Power in
Yeah.
the forego.
Well, good job, Tony. I mean, I was right with you there. I mean, Tyler did a great job. I mean, he was so excited there. That's awesome.
because Elite Power had just had Gunite's number so far.
Yeah, I mean, that was just not a great field, and you end up getting 6-5. I placed just a win bet. That is a good boom, Tony. Like, I mean, a 2-horse race, Oldy, but well, Chris, I mean, use the way the race was expected to happen. The 4 knew that it was not going to be able to run with Gunite. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think that was all Joel could do was try to rate, and Tyler did a great job of forcing Elite Power on the inside to the rail. He was not going to let Elite Power get out and come to the outside. So, I mean, but to your point, Chris, I think giving a horse like Gunite the lead, I think that was to be expected. I think a really great ride by Tyler. So.
And let me add that you had 2 graded stakes horses, winning horses here, and the rest of these horses were just allowance horses.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
This horse had won the Saratoga Special in 2021, hasn't won since. You had Pipeline, who's never won anything above an allowance non-winner of 1, and you had Synthesis, whose best win is against non-winners at 3. You know, that this just was, not a great field. And look at I mean, even over last time these 2 horses faced each other, there's a 4-point drop in SOR between the Vanderbilt and this race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a horse like Elite Power is a nice horse. I mean, it's tough to continually keep winning races like that, but that last race was so close, and Gunite in that situation versus that week of field, Oldy, you dropping out of a 78 now to a 74 and getting the lead, just, I mean, made that horse. I mean, that was going to be very tough, I think, Chris, to Chris's point, like letting Gunite get the lead, but that's the way I viewed it. I mean, that, I don't see any other thing that was going to happen. So,
well, Gunite was just classier than the other speed.
Mm-hmm.
And, Pipeline couldn't get there, was stuck to the outside and didn't want to be there. And that's what happens sometimes when that happens. We got 2 things coming fast at us. So we're 2 minutes to Woodbine race 5, but we're also 5 minutes from Gulfstream late pick 5 as well. So I just wanted to throw my late pick 5 ticket up here for $120 at Gulfstream. You know, I was originally singled to the 4 and the 7, but with scratches, my budget allowed. I'm sorry, to the 4 here. My budget allowed me to add the lightly raced 7 horse, who may get the lead here, and we really don't know its level because it didn't finish against 62s, and it does have a win against 58s here. So Nowitzki is a little interesting here. Knox is taking a big drop here, and should win this race. Was my top choice in race 7.
Oldy, I was, as you keep going, I was on a show with Razor and Jimmy the Bag, and he does a show.
Oh, Jimmy the Bag's great.
Jimmy the Bag loved Nowitzki. Click on the 7. Jimmy the Bag loved Nowitzki in the race that Nowitzki won at 37-1, and it was the same thing that Chris gave out the 4. Jimmy the Bag was all over this horse and gave that horse out on the show the day I was on there. It was incredible. So I just had to tell that. I mean, he does a great job with his shows. If anybody has never watched them, they do a lot of coverage on sports betting, but they do cover horses occasionally, and then obviously.
Now he now has his own horse racing show Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
And I'm often, when work allows it, I'm often in his chat. We discussed, but he had family obligations today. Otherwise, he would have been happy to come on as a guest with us as well. But yeah, so I went narrow hair, and then it's the synthetic angle at the end of the 2 and the 7. So those were my 2 narrow legs. I did think this 7 was possibly a single, but there are some other interesting horses here. I really actually like the 6 Sensei Lawrence potentially here to definitely outrun the 4% as the long shot. I thought this was a really interesting horse.
Yes,
good luck. I looked a little bit, but didn't love the sequence. So
for last
I tried to be more disciplined. Chris, you're probably one of the more disciplined people I know, and
I don't see it. She hasn't won a race since.
Oldy, good luck in your pick 5.
Risk from the outside coming through fast is Musical Stride, Cedar Air.
So I'm just 4-5 here.
The center is Rat Portage, and that trio go up in front. The top 3 from the race
And
book.
Tony,
Out of lead is Musical Stride from Cedar Air,
so
Rat Portage, and on the outside, Determined Fury. A length to Mr. Narcissistic, Silent Risk is second last. The trailer, Lobby Bar. Showing the way, Musical Stride, 3/4 Cedar Air. On the inside, Rat Portage, a half Determined Fury, a length away, Mr. Narcissistic and Silent Risk. Last of all still remains Lobby Bar. Heading to the 3/8 in front, Musical Stride. Muscling in now, Cedar Air. Length and a half, Rat Portage tucked up on the inside of Determined Fury. A similar margin, Mr. Narcissistic coming home nicely on the inside of Silent Risk, looking for room, some of these. And last of all, still Lobby Bar. Sharing the lead, Cedar Air, Musical Stride. Rat Portage crying out for a run. On the outside, Determined Fury. Then came Mr. Narcissistic in the clear.
Come on, Ford, get up.
Air going up to join Musical Stride. Down the center of the track, Mr. Narcissistic. Rat Portage trying to get a run.
Get up 5. There you go,
Rat
Oldy.
Portage
5
sees
up.
daylight now, but out wide,
There's
Mr.
that horse on the
Narcissistic in
inside,
front. And now Rat Portage up the inside, racing after Mr. Narcissistic. And they go to the wire. And Rat
I don't know that the jockey
now
on the
they
5
think
ever.
Mr. Narcissistic, a gap away was
He didn't-
Determined Fury and
He
out
didn't,
wide a Lobby
he
Bar.
didn't see the 2
10,
ever.
15.
No.
He didn't even know that was happening. I think the 5 might have, his head was cocked. I don't know if that horse was on the right lead. I never looked, but I mean, the 5 would have never saw the 2 because the horse's head was cocked towards the grandstand.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
Sorry, guys. That was a brutal beat.
Oh, he was. That horse was on the wrong lead. That's why.
Yeah, it's the 2.
The opening quarter, 22 and 3, a half 45 and 2.
That's lame, Oldy.
I thought the 5 had that. I thought we were home.
Sure looked like it.
Well, good luck here in your pick 5. I don't know if I was looking at this race for a vertical, but
What did you like in this race?
I didn't really. I mean, I looked briefly. I mean, you know me. I'm not a big fan of the speed. In it can be okay at times, but I thought the pace here was expected to be hot. I didn't necessarily love any of these horses that were going to be up front on the lead, so I did like the 8 as the favorite, but I also, seeing that Zayas was riding the 5 was interesting to me, to be honest, because it's just a hot pace here on the Tapeta, and occasionally when that horse that track is wet, I like seeing maybe a horse on the lead or somebody who has a pace advantage or something. But I thought from a price perspective, the 5 was a little bit interesting with Zayas to come off the lead, and then I do think the 8's going to be tough though as the favorite.
Yeah. No, I think they might be tough, but you look at Reyes and Barbosa, they're not a great pairing together. They're both winning at a much lower clip when they go together.
Well, that's why I like the 5. I mean, if I was, I'll put a couple of bucks on the 5 just to have some action. I mean, because you do get Zayas. I mean, he hasn't won for Paisley here, but this horse is dropping a little bit, and I think it gets the pace set up here. To be honest, like that's what I think is the case with Radiant Gem.
I think it's very possible he gets the pace set up here with 3 horses above 70 in terms of pace in a route.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they're all inside. They're all going to show speed to the inside, right? So, yeah, it's getting 7-1 on Radiant Gem is interesting.
The horses are at
the board, but I think can win.
It's now post time.
Well, and I think that Vasquez on the 6 is interesting too.
6, it's the late pick 5 that begins here. Cosi favored 8-5, 2-1 Runaway Breeze, 3-1 Short Circuit.
Chris, did you see Gunite there?
Yeah, I saw the end of that one. That's why I only put $32 on the
Waiting for
fixed
Cosi and Short Circuit.
Because I had to pick one or the 2 there. I couldn't take both.
Cosi, Victor Barbosa.
Tony,
go back 4 and the pick 3 else because I was singled the Gunite.
And they're at the post.
What did that pay? Tony, the 2-1 at Woodbine.
And they're off. From the fence, Oaxaca comes out firing from between horses. Streaking Gray out 3 deep, winning at ease.
Yeah,
the rail goes Runaway Breeze. Out in the center is Cosi. She's working over. Short Circuit taken in hand by Vasquez to land second last in the early trailer.
You want to see like 23 and
run around
2.
the first turn. Streaking Gray clears Oaxaca now and opens 2.5. Oaxaca's second, winning at ease, is third. They're followed by the favorites. Runaway Breeze along the rail. 3 wide in Cosi. Gap 2 to Radiant Gem. And that relegates Short Circuit to last of the 7 behind an opening quarter of 24-2. Down the backstretch they go. Angel Morales and Streaking Gray clear by 3. Oaxaca second from the outside, winning at ease. Third, Runaway Breeze is at the rail. And the clear 5th is Cosi.
Has been close to doing this and has done it once.
Back is Short Circuit. They go to the half-mile point through a 48-4 opening half-mile. With the advantage, Streaking Gray by 3. Winning at ease is second. Oaxaca is third. Getting shuffled to touch. Runaway Breeze. Outside and on the improve is the favorite Cosi. Way out wide is Short Circuit, and Radiant Gem is last. Around the far turn at the 5/16. The leader is Streaking Gray by a length and a half. Second is Oaxaca. Third is outside and winning at ease. Far outside, Short Circuit. Just inside her, Cosi. Runaway Breeze is at the rail. Radiant Gem is at the back. All to play for here. Who do you like here? They fan across the course after 3 quarters in 1:13-2. It's Streaking Gray who still has the lead. From the far outside, it's Short Circuit who begins to flatten out a touch. In between horses, winning at ease. Runaway Breeze and Cosi. But through it all, Streaking Gray still going. And Streaking Gray is a 7-1.
We thought hot pace and nobody else went with the 3.
Cosi is up for second. Runaway Breeze third.
Good. 24-2. I mean,
go throw up the EE screen on that race. This like happens all the time. So sort them by win percentage and who wins the race.
The one I did, the next one out that I didn't use. Yes.
It's always that. It's always that is the case. It's crazy. Yeah. By the way, Justin, that pick 3 at Toga paid $500.
Yeah, that's a shame. I had it for a few bucks, but I should have listened to you.
And I had the double 2 to the 9 in the next, and that double only paid 172. So, but I didn't really look at those races as multi-legs. I really just kind of looked at them as singles because I like that 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that if I just win and place those kind of horses, I do better over time, because if I start doing doubles and things like that, it just eats into, if you're not successful, it just eats into what you spend.
Yeah.
So, but I had the win bet on the 9. All right, we got 19 minutes to the Toga pick 5. What else is coming up?
Yeah, well, let's talk about the Toga pick 5 while we have, unless you want to go to Rio Doso or Monmouth.
Not really. I mean, it's up to you guys, but give us enough time to get everybody going. Hey, Kenny, welcome to the chat. So, Oldy, I sent you my 3 tickets. It's $85 total for all 3, and I'm going to play those each 3x.
So you are.
Let me send it to you too, Justin.
All right, let me set this up here.
It's in the stretch run chat, Chester.
For you two, yeah, no, I'm looking. You are 213, or is it 2 through 13?
I'm all baby.
Right.
In this first leg?
On 1 ticket, yes.
And then you are 4-6.
Mm-hmm. Baffert.
Yep. And then you
Echo
are 6.
Zulu.
Yep.
Echo
See all
Zulu, and
that.
then 1, 3, 6, 7, and then Mage.
3, 6, 7, and then Mage.
And then ticket 2 is 9, 4, 6, 6, all 4.
I'm gonna have to open this up several windows here if we're gonna put this all up, but we can at least do the first 2 and then get Justin's. You did the all game twice here, it looks like, in this first leg.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Uh-huh.
So your other, let's call it big ticket.
For 26.
Yeah. All right, let's see. You're all. And then you are 4, 6, 6, 3, 7, 4.
Yep. I like the 9 here a lot, though. And then
your other ticket is 9, 4, 6, 6, all 4.
Yep.
So you're all in on Mage, pretty much. Mage and Echo Zulu.
Yep.
Justin, what have you got?
I don't know yet. I didn't put this together yet, to be honest. It kind of got caught up on me quick. So if you want to show yours, go ahead. I'll try to finish here. I gotta find a single, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. But go ahead.
So I am 2, 5, 6, 13 by 4 through 6 by 6, 2, all 1, 4, 5. And that's 216 total. And I'll tell you, because I've been teasing this, in the Travers, Mage, who is your top pick, matches nothing else here. So he is, race 12. He is Saratoga, no match. E top pick, no match. He's 8% according to those numbers. The 2 matches nothing is 3% as your second pick. The horse that charts out very, very well here that nobody's going to want to hear is Forte, who is plus 40% as the top win, top GSR, and top SOR. And the 5 National Treasure, who would be my top pick. And if you want to make this smaller and you don't want it, and you just want to play the numbers, you could do it this way too. But National Treasure is in the 20 to 30% range as your top what was it? It's top win, second win percentage, and top pace there. So,
Kieran.
I'm adding Mage as a hunch there, but the win percentage loved Mage in the at the Derby, and doesn't love Mage here, and I think that's something to pay attention to. And I think National Treasure has with going blinkers off, and Scotty mentioned this as a Baffert angle when Baffert goes blinkers off on a horse. That the first time blinkers off when that they come off, so not that it has been running with blinkers off. That's a Baffert angle that over the years has paid very well.
Hey, Kieran, just from the chat here, why is Saratoga not shown live? Well, we do not have the rights to show it live. The only one we have is for Stronach Tracks and Woodbine.
Yeah, that they just don't allow, and part of that is the Fox contract.
Yeah,
as you can imagine. So
they're paying Fox to be on the air, so yeah, they want eyeballs over there.
Right, but so that's my ticket. I'm going to share it out to the WhatsApp chat as well.
Want me to give you mine real quick?
Yeah, give me 1 second to get this together and just get it in time here before the share time runs out. But I need like 30 seconds here. Six. This is the leg that's going to take me the longest because the 13's all the way off the screen.
The 9 here is another Norm Cassie angle. Same thing with the 4 earlier on.
Specifically on that horse, I thought that horse needs the lead here.
Mm-hmm. It's one off the lead.
I don't think it. Let's see. I'm going off memory, but that was my thought. So if I go down here in race 10, it's because Goodnight Olive gets me.
Echo Zulu.
I agree. I'm
one of the best tweets I think I read this week said something to the effect of, the entire object of this game is to win money and not be right. If you want to be right, go solve some theorems. I thought that was pretty funny.
Well, I will tell you that, and this is what we don't discuss enough, is there is a reason that the cause or CRWs, whatever you want to call them, are tolerated, and it's tax revenue.
Mm-hmm.
And they're producing the same. They pay the same tax rate on those bets as they do on any other bets. Rebates be takeout and rebates be damned. And with the shrinking handles, the cause are really holding up the tax revenue that allows or has the state governments tolerate our industry at this point. Would be the way I would put it.
Well, I also think they do other things too. I think they do. I think sometimes they'll make a horse the favorite and then do the math and figure out how that affects the odds on the other one they want to bet and where they can eke out a profit.
All right, Justin, let's do yours now. So let me open one more here. What's your budget, Justin?
I don't know yet, but let me give you and I'll go through it, and then I'm gonna have to decide what to do on one of these later legs. Probably, but so let's do it. Just put in 200.
All right, I'm going to clear all legs. We're going to do 200. All right.
So 2, 4, 5, 6.
2, 4, 5, 6. So you don't want the 13.
8, 9, 11, and 13.
8, 9 scratched.
Oh, okay. 8, 11, and 13. The 9 scratched in race 8?
That's what it's showing on my screen right now.
Oh, yeah, it did.
Sorry, Chris.
No. So 2,
That
4,
just means I
5,
get the favorite
6.
twice.
2, 4, 5, 6, and then let's get rid of the 8 as well. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 11, 13.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 6. No New York Thunder.
2, 3, 4, 6. Okay.
2, 6, 7, 8.
2, 6, 7, 8. Got it.
1, 4, 6, 7.
1, 4, 6, 7.
And then single to Forte.
Oh, he's on the Forte.
I mean, I just don't. I mean, I was when Forte was on the Derby Trail. I don't see any reason why not to be at this point. I think my only concern is just what the dirt's gonna look like at a trip for Forte here. But when I looked at this sequence, I think there's other singles to find. But my perspective on him is, he was by far the best 2-year-old, and in my opinion, the best 3-year-old prior to getting hurt or whatever happened. So I just think that he's still the best horse, to be honest, versus all of these. I was never a fan of Arcangelo. I was never a fan of Tapit Trice. I think Meige is good. I think Meige is very interesting here. And then, with somebody like National Treasure in Scotland, like, I'm just hoping that Forte is better, to be honest. I think the pace will be a little bit interesting in this race. I'm hopeful that it's going to set up perfect. So that'd be my perspective. I think Irad's going to give Forte a great trip.
Well, and I think.
Go ahead, Oldy. I'll finish up.
I was going to say that Scotland, I think you can make money win betting. If Scotland wins, he'll be at enough of a price there that you can make money win, or using it in an exotic, where Forte, you're going to have to make money the old-fashioned way by being right, as I just can't think of or see another way through that.
I don't think
so. What's interesting?
I don't give a lot into Scotland off that last race. I mean, it was nice, but it's a restricted race. And one thing I did was go on Forte, went and looked back at all the replays. And I agree with the comment on the workout report that he doesn't do well on turns. He doesn't have the speed in the turns, and he leaves himself with a lot to do in the stretch. And I think that's going to be his undoing here. I would expect him to get the board, second, third, something like that, but I just don't see him winning because, Meige is going to be a beast coming for home, and Pratt's going to put him in a good position and pick up another grade 1 there in Saratoga. That's how I just ended up on Meige, not because I like the horse going in the Derby. I didn't, even though the system all told us to single that horse. The 2, I get it. It is the now horse. It won the Belmont. I think he will represent himself well, but again, I think Meige is going to get the first jump and just keep going and run by everybody. The rest of them, the 5 and the 7 could burn each other up. Tapit Trice is a one-run horse, and he doesn't do well with traffic. Disarm, does he want to go this long? I don't know, but I wasn't gonna just add him just to add him.
Mm-hmm.
Rosario, who knows what kind of ride he's gonna get. But That was my thought on the Travers. Where's
So Justin, I'm not sure, and it's now pouring.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. I have it on the screen next to me. I just saw that. That's interesting.
I tried to get your ticket in and share it out to everybody, but I was too late.
Oh, that's fine.
But yeah, so this is going to create a interesting leg 4 if they don't announce that they go off, and I think they stay on. The question more is this race, do they stay on?
I gotta imagine they try to stay on the turf. Like, I mean, this is the biggest day of the year. This turf, I mean, it might be why they've been holding and taking races off the turf to make sure.
Yeah.
Where's Rich Strike, Scott? My goodness. Oh, that.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll find out about this race comes off the turf in 3 minutes, right when they get to post.
I don't. They're gonna keep it. There's no way they're taking this off the turf, in my opinion.
Well, they're currently
Tony's
showing a board and not
Trice. Good luck, Tony.
All right, so let's relook at this, and who wants to, especially in this last leg, who wants a wet track?
I'm not changing. I mean, and I'll be curious. I do think the Mage Forte, you know, it's a struggle for me, but I just am going back to who I thought was the better horse, and I don't think Forte. I mean, nothing's really happened. I mean, yes, didn't get a race in the Derby, but yes, didn't win the Belmont off the layoff, but I mean, I thought this was the best horse. I don't know if the weather is really going to impact it, though, Oldy, to be honest.
Well, I'm checking all these races because this would be a race maybe that it would impact.
The 9 flipped in the paddock. Chuck saying that's why the 9 is out here.
Why it got scratched?
Yeah. Even in New York, they don't allow that.
I'll be right back.
Fort Bragg does seem a little bit of a drop. New York Thunder, a big GSR drop for wet GSR. And the Lion himself is fine too, but a decent drop there too.
Man, they need to put a roof over this
None of
place.
the other races really had anything significant in terms of wet GSR drops. Was Chuck say how long it's supposed to?
No, but I'm going to look it up right now and tell you.
And this is the mandatory payout pick 5. Because there is another pick 5 that starts next race.
I'll be at dinner when the Travers goes off. Occasional thunderstorms likely to continue through 6 p.m. I'm looking at the radar.
12 horse just scratched. This is going to end up a 5-horse race by the time they get to the turf.
All right, so if the 13 wins, I have it twice now. I didn't cancel my ticket.
I was thinking about your ticket that has the 9 singled in the first leg.
Yeah, it was $7, so it cost me 21. I played it 3 times. I'll take Cassie and Irad. I mean, it's 3-2, sure, but if you look at the structure, if you look at the structure that I did there, it's set up to hit multiple times, and then with one other price in there as well.
Well, if this goes off and nothing comes off, that means that if they do have to take the race 11, the Sword Dancer off, then it becomes an all.
Well,
You
right
missed
now,
another scratch, Justin, before they even made it to the gate.
I'll tell you one thing.
Scratch?
The 12.
Oh, okay.
If-
Good. I don't have that horse. All right.
And the horse with the biggest wet GSR drop is the 5 New York Thunder.
I'll tell you one thing right now.
Oh, I already
If you like,
scratched that horse.
Yep.
if you
I'm
like the 13 here, you're and you like Fort Bragg in the next, you're getting 17 to 1 on a double.
Oh, nice.
17 to 1 on a double with a 6 to 5 horse to a 5 to 2 morning line. You don't see that every day.
Who's riding for Saez in race 9 on 1 in a Vermilion?
Don't know. 1 in Vermilion also had a pretty interesting wet
Irad.
GSR drop.
Irad's riding. Mhm.
Wow.
Well, that's an upgrade. Or equal if he doesn't get disqualified.
Well, they're loading.
Which- 1 in Vermilion does have the habit of getting disqualified too.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back.
El Segundo to Forte arm earned. I like it.
Mhm.
One more. Super Quest.
Well, we're gonna see Oldy if this 13 is the real deal in this race.
Yep.
I didn't trust it, but I could see it.
And they're off. Super
Back
Quest.
with mine. There we
Very
go.
alert out of the gate. So is Extendo showing good speed, and on the inside, Talkin' Pharaoh moves up to take second. Harry Time is fourth, already 4 lengths off them. Then it's Acoustic Ave. Noda on the outside in the brightest colors, moving up to be fourth, about 4 lengths off the leader. Detroit City is toward the back of the field, followed by Monet Never, highly
Come on, 11.
on the outside, and Handsome Cat between those two. It's Super Quest showing the way easily on the front end. Has it by 2 lengths. Noda in second, the opening quarter in 22 and just under a fifth.
Easy
of a second.
lead.
They're followed
Yeah.
by Pharaoh in third, coming toward the quarter pole. On the far outside, Detroit is next. They head toward the furlong marker, and Super Quest
Opens up.
Yeah, that horse gone.
widening at will, and there are no dangers whatsoever in sight. Who will complete is the only question. On the outside,
5's going to get up for second, I think.
Detroit City and highly flammable late run from Acoustic Ave as Super Quest, the easiest of Brad Ortiz.
7.
3 wins today. Acoustic Ave finished with a flourish to be in a close photo for second with Harry Time.
4 didn't run there, and that you know, was it the 4 that? No, the 10 broke slow.
Yeah, I don't know. I originally was 2, 5, 6, 13. I think that
I was originally only 13.6 here, and I added.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I added the 4 and the 11, but yeah, I don't know.
That horse got an easy lead, which I wasn't sure it was gonna get such an easy lead, but yeah. All right. Well, we're on to the next. See what's gonna happen today. The Travers is up in a couple hours. It will be a good race for sure. I agree,
Finishing
Scott.
second, number 7, Acoustic.
For sure. And
All right. Go number 4 in the next. And I think I have this one now 3 times. Is that it, right, Oldy?
I think so. If you had you were all there, so there were 2 scratches from the point you went all, so that's 3 times in my 2
my
extra
big ticket
times in my book.
My big ticket for 52 had all. The little ticket had all. The $26 ticket had all, and all 3 tickets are alive because I had the 9 singled in the other one. So I got it 2, 4, 5 times now. If I can be right.
We do have Gulfstream race 7 coming up here. we could play back a pick 4 or just watch this race or come up with a vertical. I do think the 7's got a decent chance here at 11-1.
Nowitzki. That, I mean, not taking any money, Oldy. None. I mean, the horse is the longest shot on the board currently.
You love to see that, though.
Yeah.
Because now, and that's partially because Knox is taking all the money.
Which, I mean, this horse is just a massive drop, right? I mean, they're dropping out of Big Allowance Company and gave up for Arundel, you know, as a homebred. They're just saying, well, it was nice to raise you and bring you up as a 3-year-old, right? And now we are going to say goodbye. So, but, I mean, I don't know. Does this horse really have to win?
I mean, the thing is if this horse doesn't win here, who does? That's the thing. I mean, this 2-horse.
How about the 2?
Has
Yeah, I mean,
some class, but best race really was run against 52s.
But look at that. So here would be my comment. Look at that race at 8 furlongs that it ran right before it broke its maiden. And today gets back to 8 furlongs. I mean, has a second at 8. You know, Edwin rides. I mean, Zayas was riding Miles of Smiles. And I don't know, this horse is stretching out, I think, is really interesting.
Well, for me, though, that the horse, I don't understand why the 8 is 5-1 right now. 7's starting to take some money. But, you know, I look at the 8 here, and it's not beating 48s. Its only win is against 36s. And, you know, it is top on the weight chart as well. So there's no angle there. So the 4 and the 7 both have a 5-pound weight advantage on the 8. And the 8 appears to be class compromised. I mean, I guess the 6 would be the other one.
Kenny,
why not?
We've played a few verticals. I think that'll be a lot of the focus probably going forward, to be honest, and until maybe we get later in the day. But
yeah, I mean, looking at the 6 here, why not this horse?
I mean,
Thoughts?
it's dropping and not running, so at least it's getting to the right competition, I would say. Smoking Bow. I don't know. I'm not, you know, it's going to try to stretch out. It stretched out before in a 62 and didn't really, it's just not running, but it is easier. So,
yeah,
I mean, you have the droppers here in the 6 and the 4, but you also have a horse in the 2. I'm going with the 2. I mean, this horse looks to be at the right spot and has been running really well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would take a chance here on the 6 beating the 4 as well. I mean, the 6 I didn't find right away, but you know, I just am looking at this. I'm going to play an exacta with that, but with the 6 and the 7. I mean, we really just don't know the level of the 7.
I mean, the 7's going to get the lead, could make it really dangerous on the front end, to be honest. But it just didn't run at 43% last out, but it didn't get the lead. So
we don't know if the 4 can even rate. That's the thing. And the 6, in my mind, you know, there are some races that the 6 was running better. Like this race against 68s at 7 furlongs was running better than the 4.
How about the 2?
Yeah,
What's wrong with the 2?
I don't like the 2 at all.
That's my pick.
Me too. Yeah, me too. If you look back last year when it ran a 1-turn mile here at Coldstream. in a maiden, and it just rated right along the way, and it barely got beat. And then the next out race, it won at 7 furlongs with sort of the same kind of tactics. So it's going to have to be closer today than it has been. It's been running against 56, 64, the 52. Again, at 6.5, probably not the correct distance.
Oh, on the right.
Almost. All right, let's see it.
I just think it wants.
Going to run with
they're
him.
better horses.
Smokin' Bo joins the top flight. Now Miles of Smiles moves through at the inside.
Well, 7
The
didn't
leader
get
is
the
Smokin'
lead.
Bo clearly now
Like,
and strides forward.
I'm not sure why, but
I'm not sure where the 4 is or what happened
First
at
team
the
races
start.
in fourth after the sharp break, about 5 lengths off the pace setter, working 2.5 better
good
than
call,
Knox.
Bill. Motley.
Purely
Good
through the
race.
team
Eight.
of
Top pick is
Blessings.
19 to
Make
1.
their way down the backstretch. The opening quarter ended up being pretty quick here, 23-1.
Come on,
Lap
Chief, sit
them
the
up
ship
here.
here.
Smokin' Bo on top. Miles of Smiles sticks with him second. 4 back to Nowitzki in third. First team now.
Here comes the
Knox.
4 with a
And
big
plenty of
piece.
pace to run into. And Zayas is on the go and on the go right now with Knox. Green and white colors. Was fifth, now fourth,
Who's gotta go now?
third, and moving at the leaders.
He's
Through a
not
46
running.
and 2 opening half mile. The trailer is Dream of Blessings. The pace has been hot, and they round the far turn. The leader, Smokin' Bo by 2.5. A wall of pursuers. Knox is on the far outside. From between horses, first team. Nowitzki's in the blue. He's still got run. Dropping back a touch, Miles of Smiles, and trying to get underway. Dream of Blessings. They're at the top of the stretch. They fan 4 across
nowhere
the
to
course.
go either.
Smokin' Bo still the target. On the far outside, it's
Oh,
Knox.
what a dumb move. Oh, my God. He's
The
going to
filly,
get through?
Miles of Smiles, tries to thread the
He's
needle,
not.
but she's in very tight. Knox is going on with first team right alongside. First team and Knox. Knox is trying to get by first team, who's very game. First team, Knox. Knox gains the upper hand. Knox
was
wins.
the play.
Good race.
I guess he did have to win.
Miles of Smiles, an
That was
unlucky
a brutal
third
race.
in 138 and 2.
Bill called out the Monmouth 8th race. EquinEdge top pick is 19 to 1, the 1 horse. Give it a whirl. This is a bunch of 2-year-olds in a stakes race, and the horse is not won. So it's 0 for 1 and as a second versus all these maiden winners. But so actually the 9 hasn't won. That's the 1 has won. The one is 2 for 2. So
2 for 2. 2
yeah,
for 2
it
is
is
16
pace
to
of
1.
the race. So
And has a win over 70s.
yeah, no, I mean this horse. I mean, great call, Bill. I mean this horse is amazingly live with that pace figure.
Going 8 furlongs, getting a jump in GSR. I'm with you, Bill, on this one too.
Yeah, let's see how far down this thing gets punched in the mouth as they walk.
Just by our audience.
I don't know if our audience is going to do it, but we're not the only ones seeing that. 96,000 in the win pool.
Let's look at the 5. Well, the 5 Uncle Cat needs the lead. That horse can't relax at all.
All right, track is now sealed. So heads up with that. Chuck just posted. And the 13th race is off the turf.
All right. That matters for the late pick 5, which starts in this coming race. But both the pick 6 and the mandatory payout pick 5 ended at the Travers. So
yeah, 12 to 1 now. Bill, easy on the betting this horse.
this is the other horse that I see why it's 2 to 1. This horse can rate, won by almost 10 lengths. Crazy Mason, who I almost called Crazy Manson, and that's a different thing.
He was crazy.
What about the 7 with Paco?
It's exactly where I was going. Before you even said it, I was about to click on that.
I mean, the horse is not taking much money, but it's which might be the only telling sign. But I mean, it's got a good GSR along with the 1. I mean, broke its maiden. I do like the experience of the 1 by far over the 7. So I love that the system just. I mean, this is an incredible play. I would say whether the horse wins or not. But I didn't. The 7. I mean, one
So-
easy and gets a bump in GSR. Paco obviously here to ride and rode last out. So
Yeah.
I'll put on my Scotty McKeever hat for a moment and ask you what the percentage of horses winning out after breaking their maiden is.
It's really low. It's less than 10%. Yeah.
But oftentimes you have races where you have 6, 7 runners that all broke their maiden last time out. And
Yeah,
only
but
one can win.
conversely, 9-1 on that horse is makes it more playable than a horse 6-5, right? Because if it's 6-5, no bueno. But if you're getting 9-1, it's jumping up a little bit, and maybe it can come out. And it's a 2-year-old. I would give a little bit more deference to 2-year-olds versus a 5-year-old that just broke its maiden.
Well, and that maiden that's 6-5 has Carmouche, who's 5% with Gargan.
Yeah.
One got a break though. It's going to be the telling sign.
All set for the sapling. And they're off.
Well,
5 won the break, but then
I think the 5 probably going to get the lead, but the 1 might get there.
no, the inside post around the turn though.
Makes it 3 wide as Give It a Whirl is joined them. Down towards the inside here.
1's faster.
Yeah.
5 is done.
5's done, yeah. 5's cooked already.
Rojas is having a tough time there with Uncle Cat, who now moves towards the outside.
1 relaxed on the front end there. I mean, look at the 9 rushing up.
Yeah, making a middle move like Mike Smith's riding.
Marquez, 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. Just off of that rival comes Soze.
2's rushing.
Second, tightly at the rail. Crazy Mason moves forward. Warnock is progressing 3 wide. 4 wide. Still hard to handle as Uncle Cat. Noted is now dribble on towards the tail end of the field with a half mile left to go. Frankie's Empire's moved to the inside of that 1 second to last. Is Dewey's Beast and the trailer. Tuscan Ruler, 47.79 for a half mile time. It's Give It a Whirl who's got the lead. Soze is in between horses, and here comes a 3 wide move from Kendrick Carmouche and
Well, I guess they were right about that 9.
It's Dornock who's up by a half length.
1's game. Come on, 1. Be game. Be game.
9's green.
Give It a Whirl who's not done. Uncle Cat is trying to chase. Dornock is taking the lead.
Come on, 1. Be game. Not enough. Outside horse going to win.
Yeah. But the 10?
Yeah. Fletcher Rendon.
6-1.
A photo, Frankie's Empire, the outside there of Give It a Whirl in 1 minute 38.
Bred for the turf, but gets a pace setup. So
yeah, the 1 was 13-1 when they opened the gates, and it's 9-1 when they crossed the wire.
Not the worst drop though. It was 9-1 pretty much after the gate opened on my screen. So
I didn't bet the race, but if I had bet the 1, I would have wanted the 13-1, not the 9-1. I wouldn't have been interested in that.
Well,
let's check out the chat here.
And I don't know if you heard my proposed solution to all this. It's the perception of cheating, that there's cheating going on. So once the first horse goes in the gate, you should either lock the odds or you lock the bets. Why wait for it to go off and make people think that they're being cheated?
Because it takes time for all that last minute stuff to come in.
Hey, Derby, are you telling me that race 11 went off the turf? I would be highly surprised.
No, race 13.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I believe.
I can't imagine they would ever take race 11 off the turf. Like they'll run that thing on a yielding turf course, I would say.
And Mike King, to answer your question, why is Joe Bravo not in the Hall of Fame? Look how long it took Corey Nakatani to get into the Hall of Fame. And in my opinion,
wasn't there an issue with Corey Nakatani, and there was some issue with Corey Nakatani though that kept him out for a long time. I can't remember what he did, but I
mean, there's a lot of issues.
No, it was like the way he was treating people or something. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't want to say anything.
Yeah, when he gave his Hall of Fame speech, he acknowledged the fact that he wasn't the nice or best person when he was younger. I'll give you a funny story. There was a day at Hollywood Park, the wife and I were there, and I saw this guy bet like $1,000 on Corey. He was riding Wilco in a race there, and I don't remember who I bet, but it was Danny Sorensen was the jock, and I knew what Corey was going to do, and Danny was really good at picking off those horses. And we were right by this guy at the finish line. Of course, Danny came right around the side and ran right by him, and this guy was just F you, Corey, for like 30 minutes. He was not happy. And admittedly, it wasn't one of Corey's best rides. He just rushed that horse out there and rushed it along all the way, thinking, he had much the best. And when they hit the quarter pole, he had nothing left.
So, guys, just take a little look at this handicap at Colonial. You have this 4 horse who's 4 to 5, but appears to not want turf. From what I'm seeing in the GSR, and stopped, going 7.5 against a similar group. I don't know if there's any value here. This 3 doesn't look like it has any interest in turf. 7 has a little bit of tactical ability, but is making a big class jump. I mean, this isn't a great group in general, so maybe the 4 wins just because this group's terrible. But just the E long shot, granted, is getting bat was 15 to 1 on the morning line and 8 to 5 on the E morning line, and is currently sitting at 5 to 2. But that horse is a little interesting.
And you look at this, and it's got Gallardo on there. Does he ride 5 days a week, 7 days a week?
Yes. Yeah, he's at Prescal Monday through Wednesday, I would say. It's interesting, though. He used to, a couple of years ago, he was riding at Woodbine on weekends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the other thing, and I was noticing this, I haven't seen Sammy Camacho Sr. anywhere over the summer.
I just assumed he retired.
Didn't he have something happen at Tampa?
I don't know. That's why I was bringing it up.
Speaking of which, we got to talk to Scotty about trying to get a Tampa thing set up. I think we might have some connections there that might make it happen. Hopefully,
we would love that. Obviously, and speaking of the, and I think Justin, you agree too. Scotty would take any track and run with it if they would give us the right or allow us to run with it if he's not doing shows.
Well, we could also, that's not too far for me to get to, and we could.
Saratoga now off the turf completely.
Well, somebody said that earlier, but I don't think that I don't think they took that 11th race off. There's no way. I mean, they'll run that thing on unless it's for the safety.
It's still listing turf good. When I go to Spires, it's still listing turf good on that race. I don't think the turf's good, but I also don't see an off. I mean, we can check Equibase.
I'm checking
real fast here. You're gonna check it?
Yeah.
I think Tony.
I don't see anything on Twitter.
Tony, my only comment would have been they're doing it to kind of protect the turf course and then the safety side.
But they got a week left in the meet. Why are they? There's no reason to protect the turf course safety wise.
No, I know. So I don't, Tony. After the turf, that's 100%. I agree with you. I don't think they took the 11 off. If they did, I would be so freaking surprised.
My screen says race 13 taken off, but it only it does not list.
I'm sure 11. They took the 13th off, but
yeah,
they did. Yes, and there's people complaining it on Twitter, but Has that sequence started?
No.
Oh, the 2 scratched.
2 scratch where?
Somebody's must be in the 11th race. The 2 I think already had scratched.
Yeah, that happened a while.
Yeah, that happened a while ago. I'm not sure who just said that, but I think we're getting caught up. 13th is off. Yes, I'm sure the 11th is still on. I mean, that's a pure a turf race. Like I mean, they'll run that on a yielding turf course, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, I think you're right, Justin. Equibase doesn't list the 11th off either, or anything in that pick 5 to the Travers. All right, Oldy, we're going to watch
that
this.
7 worth at Colonial. Oldy's not getting a better price, to be honest. But
yeah,
I mean, you're only getting 2 to 1. It's not really worth a bet for me at that price. But
yeah,
small field.
That's the problem with these small fields too. Weird stuff can happen. It becomes more of a rider's race. Sometimes they don't do, what the past performances are really say they're going to do. But it certainly looks like Stidham Gallardo here for sure.
I'll be right back. I got to put the lunch in the oven.
The lunch in the oven.
Lunch in the oven. That's a euphemism for something, but
something. This 5 horse here is 21%. You're getting 5 to 1. Got no yellow. Hasn't won in the moon. It's 2 for 15. So yeah, there you go.
The 6. I mean, the 6 at least has been winning, but and Curlin sometimes can run on the turf. 4 is out on the lead. Did not get an easy lead though. 7's rushing up. '21 sub 22 quarter.
You're cooking. They'd have been so better off just leaving this meet during the week where they were.
Yeah, I mean, you and I both agree on it. Four is going to win, going away. 4 or 5. Top 2 win percentages. We got 4 minutes to Woodbine race 7 that we can actually show.
Oh, hey, a race we can show. That's good. Let's go back and look at Woodbine. Maybe it's something I could make a wager on.
Maybe not.
It's got 5 horses.
Yeah, like I said, maybe not. If I were to take a flyer here, it would be on the undefined trained horse of the 7.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question. I'm hitting the refresh button to see if that helps.
I mean, it's all the same trainer.
Yeah,
we'll try to refresh it.
I did. It's still undefined.
It's got to just be a database connection issue.
Is this one of those races where, they've had this at a few other tracks where the guys all weighed like 140 pounds? It was like an amateur race during a pick 5. That was at Delaware. I saw that.
Yeah, it was at Delaware. You're right.
And it was like watching a harness race. Everybody was one after the other all the way around. And the guy that got the lead won because nobody else knew how to ride.
I'm going to take a flyer on the lightly raced horse here, the 7.
All right.
Because I do not like 1 for 10 at 1 to 1.
No, nobody does. Yeah, no sire, no dam. This is like the hidden race. No breeder, no owner. It makes you wonder who screwed the pooch here on this one? Because this is the first race we've seen like that at Woodbine.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just a database connection, as you probably are also.
Boy, I could really use this 4 here at Toga, let me tell you. I played that Toga.
4 not getting bet at all at Toga?
I don't know, I haven't looked.
Because
Thunder
Thunder is getting, and the track's pretty wet. But New York Thunder's getting bet. Fort Bragg's at 7-2. Arabian Lions at 2-1.
Yeah, 20-point
Verifying.
PSI on the third.
Yeah.
5.
Verifying might be worth a win bet here at 5-1.
Verifying. That's who Mr. Dubsy for TVG likes.
Don't know who that is.
Who's Mr. Dubsy?
You guys haven't seen him on in the mornings during the week?
No.
No.
Oh man, tune in next week, right after the Up and Adams show. And the dude's from Australia, and man, Andy put him on the Equicizer one day. Ooh. I think he called in sick the next day.
The Aussie.
Andy is good.
Pick 3 there.
Yeah, it's just a cheap one, but I took prices in leg 2, so I wouldn't be surprised if this gets chalky. But what I did do is I used a few little prices in the second leg, and then added non-chalk, I guess, and the last leg too. So was trying to get this to have a little bit of an ROI. I do think the first race here is between the 2 and 7. But the second leg, I thought that's the most interesting leg in the sequence. And, it's on the Tapeta, and, I took a horse like the 7 on the lead and then the 2 and 5 to come off the lead. So that was an interesting sequence. I looked at it real quick.
Well, and
hey, Oldy,
yeah.
I got to stop you real quick. Make a note of that. We need a sequence called the most interesting leg in the sequence.
Or
we could do that.
Is that like the most interesting man in the world?
Exactly.
For Kazushi
I
Kimura,
think that would be awesome.
Royal Blush, turning around.
Well, when you have 2 legs with chalk, I was like, find a leg that doesn't
going in
and try to make the sequence pay.
Blinkers are on today for Serenading Hall.
Yeah, and
100%.
I do think the 7 might be a single in
appearance
the
lifetime, and the last will be Lantana Lady, likewise a third lifetime
racing.
start.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a great price.
Close in the previous rides, Lantana Lady here. This field is now all in. They're locked up.
Yeah, I won't get it in time though.
Off they race.
No, didn't get it in.
And
Tried to get a
break,
double in.
going clear is Serenading
Wow,
Hall. The
6
start
gonna get the
dashing out
lead
to
here.
the Weehawk and pushed along on the inside, and Lantana Lady
No,
coming up
7's
quickly.
too fast.
Out wide on the track, goes to the front. And behind that trio is Royal Blush and Golden Susie. Clearing them, Lantana Lady, and now relaxes and gets 3 in front. 0-2 second goes Weehawk, and up the inside of Serenading Hall. 3 wide, Royal Blush, and last Golden Susie. Lantana Lady controlling
Maybe
the pace.
relaxed
Coming
too
up
much,
right behind as the pace slackened. Weehawk and takes a dart up to second spot within 3/4. Off the track goes Royal Blush around Golden Susie, who's made ground. In the center now, Serenading Hall. Lantana Lady traveling nicely by a length and a quarter. Weehawk, and it seems to have a lot left. Lantana Lady raced away from Weehawk by 2.5 to 3 lengths. And on the inside is Golden Susie, starting to pick up some ground as they corner. And Lantana Lady nursed along by 2. Weehawk trying to make up the leeway in second spot. Lantana Lady by a length and a half. Weehawk, and the whip is out for the first time on Lantana Lady. Weehawk and coming up second, and Royal Blush down the outside. Lantana Lady in front. Weehawk in second spot, still hasn't made up enough ground. And Lantana Lady is going on to win. Lantana Lady at the wire by 3/4 to Weehawk, and out wide Royal Blush.
You beat the chalk, so I think.
Serenading Hall. 111.
Let me fix this sound. I don't know how
Yeah.
I do that way too often.
Oh, you're
Or I
good.
forget to turn off the sound on one track.
Chris,
We
I don't
also
know,
have the opening of Matt Dinnerman's meet and Golden Gate coming up. which we can take a look at it maybe after Saratoga.
Yeah. Chris, I don't know who won that colonial race. Oldy, who won?
The 4.
Oh, did it? Okay. The 4 won, Chris.
By about 3 miles.
Yeah. So we have Saratoga.
Oh, next, race 9. Okay.
Yep.
So I didn't use New York Thunder here. We'll see what happens.
I used it in my pick 5, but we'll call it a defensive usage. I agree with you guys that it was probably just 4 and 6 here, or at least with Chris here for me.
So I use 2, 3, 4, 6. All right, let me turn the sound on. I gotta run. I gotta run to the oven real quick. But I got the Saratoga sound on.
All right.
That 7 win?
7-1, yeah. Got 5-2 on it too.
Oh, hey, floater.
Yeah.
Floats up. You gotta like that.
The horses are nearing the starting gate.
As I said, somebody else can take 1-1, or actually ended up being 3-5 on the 1 for 10 horse. I'll take the lightly raced horse who was faster than everybody else in the race.
Yeah. All right.
I can pull up the EE screen instead of what could be the quad box if we had a 4th track running. Laurel canceled today, or are they just not running this weekend?
No idea.
As I said, Verify's worth a win bet here
Memorial.
at 9-2 or 5-1 in that range, since none of us really covered it.
We can play some Korea Seoul Saturday, 9:35 p.m.
Loading in the
It's
gate.
Seoul Saturday.
Drew's Gold going in.
I don't know anything about South Korean racing, even less than I know about Hong Kong or
Loaded.
Australian racing.
About North Korea racing. What kind of racing you think happens there?
Well, yeah, if you lose on the
Yeah.
favorite and the wrong person had money on it, you could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Wiz is right there at Timonium, not Laurel. The Timonian meet.
Oh,
Is that like their fair meet?
Sorta.
That's Arabian Lion.
Well, here we go. Alan
All right,
Jerkins,
come on,
grade
Arabian
1.
Lion.
Give me an effort.
In the H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Just don't let that 5 get an easy
And
lead.
a beautiful start for New York Thunder. Sprints a length in front of Arabian Lion, who's going to try and keep him company through the opening stages. Then Drew's Gold verifying in between horses.
They look to be going fast.
In 5th, 3 lengths off the pace. And another 2 back to 1 in Vermilion. Down the back stretch. And it's New York Thunder leading it by a length. Arabian Lion in 2nd. The quarter went in 22-1. At the rail, Drew's Gold, Yellow Silk's 3rd. Verifying right next to him, takes the 3rd spot, rounding the far turn. Fort Bragg outside of that pair as the top 2 trying to sneak away. A long way to 1 in Vermilion. New York Thunder and Arabian Lion are dominating.
44-2, wow.
Quarter pole in 44 and 2/5 seconds. New York Thunder turns for home, still in command. Arabian Lion all out. And now New York
5 gone, man.
turns it on. Verifying comes through to take up the chase. Middle of the racetrack, 1 in Vermilion is going to try.
Oh, wow. No.
Thunder fell at the 6th.
Oh, my gosh.
It is 1 in Vermilion.
1 in Vermilion.
Vermilion has defeated Verifying, and Arabian
You
Lion.
you can hear it in Frank's voice. Like
That's twice that a New York bred like that.
Oh God.
Did the horse, Chris? You Did the horse break down or did it trip?
I don't know, and we're not going to get to see a replay, so
You can hear it in Frank's voice. I mean, gosh.
If you're watching this on Fox or something, you'll be able to go backwards. I know it's terrible to watch, but
Oh, I didn't have it on Saratoga Live.
yeah,
I won't get it.
oh God. Well, nobody had 1 in Vermilion.
No, I did.
Justin did.
You did?
Yeah.
Nice, Justin. I mean, it's hard to take any real, pleasure in that.
Yeah.
The 5 was going to win for fun.
I mean, went 44-2. Like, I mean, which is, wow.
Oh God, that's just awful.
Jockey's up, they're showing, so they didn't
That's
show the jockey.
That's the second time, though, in this meet.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the horse broke down, but it didn't really look like it at first, but it's got to be what happened.
Well, and it's going to be hard to tell because when something like that happens, if it did take a bad stop or tripped, it probably broke down now. So
yeah.
Is the horse? We don't know if the horse is up or anything.
I don't know how they're putting an inquiry in here because there was nobody around the horse.
They always put the inquiry sign up when somebody goes down. Doesn't matter.
Wow. I mean, they went so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, the jockey was up. They did show the jockey on Fox for just a brief minute, standing up, kind of bending over. Who was on New York Thunder?
Tyler.
It was
Gaffleone.
Yeah. Fox is going to go to like 18 minutes of commercials now.
Yeah, they went to commercial rather quickly. I mean, so
yeah, that's the standard MO when they have a breakdown.
Yeah, they're just showing the paddock like they usually do. The situation. Maybe if Chuck fills you in, let us know.
Let me ask you. Chuck
said everybody is crying.
Everybody's crying. Broke down.
While we're doing that, we'll go to Gulfstream. At least watch a race.
All set. And they're off. Good start for Gray Tana, who heads off for the early lead, splitting horses Elot alongside
Top
Mama
pace
Strong.
went off at 3 to 5.
Outside fourth, I'm a honky tonk girl, and proving up the rail is Val's Gal. Then Beach Ready, and at the center of a Phoenix. You run to the half-mile point. Gray Tana has the lead at 2 to 5. She leads by a length. Elot is second on the outside. Mama Strong is now third. 3 back to Val's Gal, then Beach Ready.
Great
outside
race,
an Ave Phoenix, now the trailer. I'm a honky tonk girl. Past the 5/16, Gray Tana the target through a 22-2 opening
Mama
quarter.
Strong gaining the
outside,
one
Mama Strong is there
at a
second.
big
Winding
price.
up
Is
wide
coming.
as Val's Gal in with a shot. So
22 to 1. This horse, if it can sustain any of that bid, is going to be dangerous.
3 coming up the rail too.
Pursuers from the outside, it's Val's Gal from the rail. Beach Ready, then back to Elot. They come past the 8th pole with Gray Tana still in front. Beach Ready at the rail, fires into second, back to third, and Val's Gal coming home for the wire at 2 to 5. All aboard, Gray Tana. She's in front. Second is Beach Ready. Third is Val's Gal, and fourth was Elot in 104-1.
Monmouth might be a play on the 8.
Brad, I'm not. I mean, the horse didn't have. I mean, there was no gap. I mean, and had, to be honest, won that race on the 28th, and then
you know, they gave a little bit of a break, and then it was working weekly. So not to say that they don't have to spend more time looking at horses, but I think New York Thunder, I mean, I don't know. You know, I mean,
well, one thing I could tell you is that we talked about this earlier. They sealed the track, right? So when you seal the track, you're making it a little bit harder surface, and who knows? There's a lot of evidence about sealed tracks and injuries and things like that. And I'm not saying that they should stop doing that or whatnot, because otherwise you're just going to make the track more muddy. But there could have been a spot there that just wasn't the best. It's hard to tell without actually watching a replay. But I'm sure there'll be somebody will.
Yeah, Brad, I see what, Brad, you're saying. I mean, it did have gaps. It did have breaks in between races. They were running this horse on the Tapeta track. So, a lot of people speak to a Tapeta course and the type of surface. So, I mean, maybe this horse did have a little bit of issues. It's insane. So if you think about it, if I was to go run the fastest, half mile, 3/4 mile in my life like that, that's going to put a lot of pressure and tension on my body and legs. So, I mean, from that perspective, and Chris, to your point, they sealed it. Like, I mean, to run 44 and 2 is wild, and to be pressed like that by another racehorse, so that's crazy.
Two things there, Justin. First of all, this is the second horse that was undefeated that, died in the stretch, which is weird. And then the second thing is, with the gaps and everything else, and who knows what the horse had or didn't have in terms of problems, or whatnot, but they just implemented more safety regulations there, very similar to what California does. So all these horses got a really good look over before they even got their LASIK shot this morning. Mm-hmm. Well, not in this particular race, but in the other ones. Brutal.
So do we want to take a look at Golden Gate for their kickoff here?
Yeah, I'm going to leave it to you guys to take them home. We're going to take the wife to dinner. And
you don't want to hear Matt Ditterman have to say the words Dick Best?
I'll probably tune in for that.
Dick Best might be best, man, in that race.
But which race is that? Is that race 1?
That's race 3.
Well, we're going to a joint that's got the horses on, so with sound. So I'll make sure they turn that one up a little higher.
But, yeah, I mean, Dick Best looks like the single to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I thought Naughty Nico might be a little interesting, even over the one Oldy, but I do agree with you.
Beat 40s, and Dick Best is beating 52s.
Yeah, I mean, that horse is dropping.
Ooh, gotta watch it.
I tried to slide that one in.
I caught it.
You didn't catch that joke, though.
I caught both of them. I'm going to let it go. What were you saying, Justin? Who's going to beat Dick Best?
Naughty Nico.
That's it.
Naughty Nico and Dick Best. No, man.
Dick Best, Naughty Nico, Dick Best, Naughty Nico.
The 1 is performative, and the 6 is surprise fashion.
There is a joke there.
There is. I'm looking at, so I'm guessing, are you leaving us then, Chris, or do you have another? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off. Justin, I think you've got if I'm looking at your pick 5 right, you had the 2 there.
Yep.
So you're been at 2, 6 through 8, 1, 4, 6, 7, and then Forte.
We are single to Forte. Let's get there. I mean, it'll be great.
Yeah.
I hope we can get
Well, I'm done betting Saratoga for the rest of the day, so I will definitely be rooting on Forte for you.
Thank you. And Douglas, go M's. They are in first place. MLB is in a lot of trouble because the Mariners are about to show up.
Is that the way it works?
What do you mean?
That MLB's now in a lot of trouble because the Mariners are going to show up?
I don't mean like MLB. I just mean every other team in baseball.
Yeah, no, so, and I hear you. The Cubs showed up about a month ago.
They did. I agree. We're seeing some teams come out of the I don't know what behind the pack. You got to get hot at the end of the season is what you see happening.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's the pitching right now. The Cubs have a lot of pitching injuries, and that has kept them from pulling away, especially in the wild card. But it would be nice to have the Mariners and the Cubs in the wild card there.
Mariners going to win the West, brother. They're going to win the West. It's
the West was won.
What race was the horse No Bells in today?
No balls?
Nobel. No, not no balls. Nobel. There is a no ball.
Gelded.
Yeah, no balls is the horse that blew up the Derby pick 6.
Yeah, the Nobel was in race 6, and that horse was euthanized today as well. That was the 41% horse that lost to Bear Oak.
Oh, wow!
So that's two today.
The industry really, the animals don't need this, and the industry definitely doesn't need it either.
No, and it always has to happen on a big day, right? It can't happen on a Thursday.
And we'll go back to Churchill soon, and then what happens?
Yeah, and one thing that Bruno tweeted about 22 minutes ago, the main track was left open during the turf sprints and took a lot of water after the race. There was a race to steal it for further water, but they didn't. So, all right, enough exciting, fun stuff for me. You guys have a good rest of the program, and good luck to everybody on the rest of their bets. Hit the like button, and one shameless plug, if you want to talk to me on Friday nights, go to EquinEdge.com and sign up for the Friday night coaching. All right.
Appreciate it.
Signing off. Good luck, Justin.
Thank you.
You too.
Yeah, we're glad you get this home.
Rooting for Forte. Bye-bye.
Bet on the Dodgers. Chico, no. Can't bet on the Dodgers. That is Oldy's Golden Gate ticket. Oldy, I think this is a great sequence. I don't know if I'm gonna play it. Like, if I did, I was almost leaning towards singling the 5 in the last. I mean, but I got that race is so hard to single. So then I'm like, well, can I single in race 4 where you're at? And I'm like, I don't know how I can even single here. Like
the 5 in the last with the 46 GSR.
I mean, it's just the second EquinEdge pick. It's working well. This is a really bad field. I mean, Delassie here, I'm trying to use the system to find a single, and I struggled. I mean, the 4 could win that race. I mean, I get the 9, but why
not the 8 winning that race here?
In
race 5.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, jump up in GSR, right? I mean, drops down.
I mean, so let's see, the 9.
I think I would definitely go slim. I mean, I don't love the 9. I mean, I'm going
to cut the 9 altogether here and play it that way.
Yeah, I mean, no 4, no EquinEdge long shot in race 5. Are you sure?
I mean, this horse is 0 for 11. has made $3,000 on the turf.
I mean, but that's like why. I mean, that's what I mean, though. I'm gonna shine today. Maybe the 1 in the first race is the single, to be honest, on the lead. I mean, if the 6 doesn't go, or sorry, the 3 doesn't go,
I actually think the 2 might be the single here.
In the first race?
No, in
Oh, in the last.
In the last, I mean. But again, it's a terrible GSR. I kind of like this ticket. I think the 3 has a good shot as a single here.
No, I do think Dick Best is the logical single, so I think you're in the right spot, to be honest. I was just trying to use the 2 and the 3 there, was what I was trying to do. You know, it's a tough little sequence, though, to be honest.
Yeah.
I do like the 2, 4, 5, 8 in the last. I like spreading in the second and the fourth narrow. I mean, if I was to play, a bet here, the 1 horse in the first race, Happy Is Oldy, is 2-1 on the EquinEdge morning line, currently at 9-1, and is the pace of the race on the turf. So, yeah. I mean, you get Santos Rivera. I mean, for Rondon Felix, I don't know that trainer, but I mean, if the 3, the 3 has been, sprinting predominantly, so you expect this horse to show speed, but it also looks fairly cheap because it only won a 38 and then it's been completely stopping. So, I mean, the 1 has been on the rail a couple times. It's won on the rail. It broke its maiden, and then this horse was in way too tough, Oldy, and then it's getting the perfect spot here, in my opinion, on the front end.
I mean, I'm just concerned it is a nice drop, but I'm concerned this horse stops.
If it gets pressured. Yeah. I mean, if it gets pressured, right? I mean.
And the 6 has some speed.
Yeah, the 3 and 6 both do. So, I mean, I'm with you. It's hard to see that, but it is top win, top EquinEdge pick, top pace. GSR says great. Like,
top GSR, tied for top GSR too.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that is the play.
I don't know. I mean, it's down to 4-1.
I mean, you're getting 4-1 on that horse too.
It was 9-1 a minute ago. I think, but I do think your 3 is a good single there. I was just trying to get around that horse a little bit to see if I could find another single, but.
Well, the system wants you to single the 7 in race 2.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, it's 49%, but
I looked at this horse and I did not love this horse.
Well, it's 0 for 10. I mean,
yeah.
So the firsters there are all dangerous, right? And then you have lightly raced horses. So, yeah, it's
And it's dropping in GSR, going from state bred to open.
Tough sequence. I think I'll skip it. If I was to play it, I think you have the right single in the 3. My other single would be the 1 here in race 1.
Yeah.
These are not great horses. That horse is dropping. Pace makes the race. Win percent stays right there, and it's dropping out of 46s. It's in form. It's been racing. I guess many of these have been. They've all been on the fair circuit. So other than the 2 hasn't, but it gets back to, like I said, Santa Rosa did race on the turf, but it got a little pressure there. So set the pace and stopped a little bit. It sent, but didn't even get the lead, but then did get the lead on the dirt, but it wants turf. So didn't get the lead on the 9th. It just hasn't, it's only gotten the lead once, right? So that's my pick. Would be the 1 horse here.
And the other horse that's a little interesting, I feel like I should switch so this 8 beat 40s. on synthetic. But look at this too. So, one gate to wire is getting an increase in GSR, and also, is 1-0 since moving to the Tamayo barn and gets Roman.
Yeah, I mean,
Doesn't that tell you that horse is probably live?
Yeah, I mean, and it's going to be coming late, so he's riding back. I mean, he's
I think
stepping
I'm
up.
going to cut the long shot here. Take a chance. And add the 2. They're similar in price. This will probably come back and bite me. But the connections on the fact that Roman, who's pretty much the leading jockey at this point at Golden Gate, is riding there, that you can't just ignore that. Before they go off, I'm going to put the tones of Matt Dinnerman on for you, and I'm going to run to the washroom real fast here.
Sounds good.
Stop.
Well, we'll see, everybody. Saratoga race number, what do we got? 9, 10 in 10 minutes. But Golden Gate going off here, summer fair or summer meet, I think they call it. Matt Dinnerman, great race caller, back in action. They start off on the turf here. One horse going to be on the lead, and that's my top pick. I think, this horse is likely to get the lead. It's dropping in class, or what we call strength of race. I think we'll make it very interesting here. The money's going to the 6 and 7 to kind of sit the trip, or the 7 predominantly. But it looks like a beautiful day in Northern California. But I'm on the one. Happy is Oldy has a pick 5. We'll maybe get a chance to show that one more time before they go off. It looks like they're approaching the gate. Yeah, there's Oldy's pick 5. He singled to Dick Best in race 3. If I was to play, I'd play a small pick 3 here. I'd play the 1 to all to 2-3 in race 3 for a pick 3. I don't know how much that costs, but let me see. I might. So
well, I think the concern would be the
$12.
You'd almost want to go all in, I think, in race 3 if you were to play it that way, because there's so few horses.
Yeah, but I don't really like the 1, and I just don't know if the 6 can. But I mean, I'm tracking, but to me, it's it's the 3 could be a single, and I'm just adding the 2 as a potential price, not a Nico. So, but I could see that. But I like the 1 here for a win bet. To go gate to wire, getting 5 to 1. This might float up even a little bit more.
Somebody's coming down. It looks like that they're. Well, maybe not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's 7 gates still there. Okay. Let's get Matt on here. Hopefully. Okay, that is not our sound. That's bad. That's coming from the track.
Oh, you're right. That is not good. Dick Best, Scott says, yeah. Well, let's go. Happy is here. Race 1, currently at 5 to 1. Great price. Try to wire the field. Beautiful day, Oldy, in Northern California. The turf course looks great to start the meet. Well, you get 9-2 here on the one. We'll see what happens. Getting a fairly easy lead. Would love to see, this go over 48, slow it down a little bit.
Pretty ordinary pace.
Yeah, the 7, the favorite, is done. Come on, one, have horse. 2 got the one's a measure.
Yep. That was the one I switched in.
Well, that's good, man. Nicely done. Nine to 2 on the winner. Looks like 5 minutes till the ballerina, Oldy. I know you were all over Echo Zulu.
I was for other tickets, but for my pick 4, I'm going to share that right now. And actually, Woodbine just went off too. See if I can get that up for us real fast to see who won that race. It'll help if it didn't pull up a help screen instead of Woodbine. It looks like the 4. Did you have the 4 in your pick 3?
No, I think I was 257. 401.
Yeah, it looks that way. And we have 0 minutes to post to Gulfstream. The second to last at Gulfstream. The 7 is 1 to 2 here. Heavy favorite. I mentioned I like the 6 a little bit here.
Sensei Lawrence.
Yes. There were a couple horses here. So at Gulfstream, there's the 6. My concern with the 7 just is that horse doesn't get there. There was one other horse I liked. I just got to find it. The other horse is the 3, who's currently sitting at 7 to 1. I would take right now, if you made me pick something, I would take a shot at the 3, who can rate a little bit, has speed. He's currently sitting at 7 to 1, beat 62s last time out. Gets the apprentice and the weight break. Here. This is what I'm seeing. Here's the 7. When you see what I'm saying, that it just doesn't seem to get there. And then you have the 3. And the 6.
The 7's dropping, which I think will be tough. I mean, it's still protected though, right? I mean,
yeah,
it was racing at similar level, but this is a much easier race, it looks like, than its last 2 races. So that would be, I think.
I don't know that it's easier than the 60. I mean, it's similar to the 62 group.
Yeah,
That it
but
was
it's-
44% and didn't win at 1-2. 1.2 to.
Yeah, it wasn't the favorite though. So, you know, I'm guessing the favorite won that race, but maybe not.
Yeah.
I don't know. This horse looks like it's going to sit off the pace and just be gone for Vasquez, but we'll see. You're not getting any value at 3 to 5 for sure. Saratoga is back being sunny. Track is wet though, but
Yeah, we're only a minute to post there. So I'll put Gulfstream on here. We can all watch Saratoga as well. And I have a pick 4 here, which is 267, all 15414. It's $36.
I don't even remember. What am I here? 4, 6, 7. 2, 6, 7. No, 2, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Echo Zulu going to be tough here, but I tried to add a couple prices, Oldie, in the 2 and the 8. So we will see that the track doesn't actually look that bad. It says it's good in Harrod. So, you know, that rain came through and it actually looks okay. So I mean, the 8 got the lead there at Gulfstream. The 7 is just going to get the perfect pace set up here, I think. I mean, they went 46. 3 to 5, though, that's too short for me.
The horses are approaching the starting gate.
3 is running really good there, Oldie, at Gulfstream, but I don't know if it's going to be able to beat the 7, but it's going to be a great race.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 gonna just too tough. That horse dropping, and 3 gonna run second, but well, maybe not. 1 might get up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think 1 got up for second. 6 over the 238 whiz. You know.
Oh my God, I can't believe I never canceled the original pick 5 I put in at Gulfstream, so I actually have 2 pick 5s, one that's dead and one that's alive. Oh.
You know, I wasn't all over Echo Zulu here as a single whiz. I thought that, you know, that this was a potential upset race, but I haven't been too hot today.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time for the 45th running of the ballerina. It's a
I thought the 2 was very interesting. Tara.
Yeah, I agree. I also thought Carmel Swirl was interesting on the outside post. So
working huge, but I don't know that this horse has the class to run with. And you're getting a price on Good Night Olive, which is, I expected those 2 horses to be closer.
Yeah, no, I agree. I had Good Night Olive best here, but
I get the speed of Echo Zulu, and we just saw what happened on the dirt. I mean, the speed was speed, and nobody was getting to that. So take that for what it is. You know, as I say that, the 6 is going to be very tough here based on how the dirt and from a track bias, I would say.
Good Night Olive. Here's Caramel Swirl. They're in the gate. And they're off.
Wow, 7 broke great.
Yeah.
Good Night Olive with plenty of early speed today. She and Echo Blue battling it out.
This is going to be hot again. Wow.
It's going to be so fast.
It's the party 2 for virtually across the track. Then it's Sterling Silver racing on the inside. Caramel Swirl. And at the
right now, it's setting up good for the 8 or the
22 and 2 for
one of the late runners.
Echo Zulu with a bit more natural speed leads by a half length, but Goodnight Olive is right off her flank in second. Then Matarea, Dr. B in between, and Caramel inches up on the outside now to take third, putting pressure on both Echo Zulu and.
I ended up adding Caramel Swirl to my pick 4
An even
because I
turn.
just wasn't going to be stubborn.
Puts her nostrils in.
Over $12.
Zulu has to count. Outside of them, Caramel Swirl the half in.
Echo Zulu got horse still.
They're at the top of the stretch. They're nearly identical as they square off once again. Echo Zulu on the
Good night, Olive gaining.
Olive 1-2 in the ballerina with a furlong.
Not enough though. Echo Zulu gone.
Zulu puts her away, opening up through the stretch. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina. Good Night Olive was clearly second best.
Well, that's a case, though, where Goodnight Olive was forced to do something she doesn't want to do because there was no other speed there to go with Echo Zulu.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, made that look easy.
Yep. All right, we got 12 minutes to Golden Gate. We also have the first race at Del Mar. You like anything at Del Mar right now?
I looked a little bit, Oldy, not too much. I did think that I thought the sequence was difficult. I was not about the 7 here, to be honest. I mean, I think there's some pace here. It's going to be an outside post for Vasquez. I didn't really like the 3 either. So, you know, I found myself looking a little bit, Oldie, to the 1 with Franco, but didn't love, you know, that horse a ton, but I thought was really interesting. You know, the 6 has the apprentice on it as the EquinEdge long shot. And, you know, I don't think this horse is going to be way back. It has the top GSR, you know, so I thought the 6 was a little interesting. I was trying to look between the 1, 2, and 6, to be honest. I just didn't trust Brazen Bull or 40G. The 3 is not taking any money, which is a little bit interesting.
No, so I will say that the 2 is a little interesting too.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was on 1, 2, 6 here. I actually think I'm gonna just, you know, I'm gonna play a little bit of 1, 2, 6 box, and then I'm gonna play the 6 over the 1, 2 in an exacta.
I mean, I don't see why this horse needs to win.
Well,
GSR is not great. I mean,
it looks like a pretty day at Del Mar.
Why doesn't the 3 get the lead to the inside?
The 3 got the lead. Hold on. I got your sound.
They run past a half mile and 40.
I was going to say, I don't think the 7 can rate.
Brazen Bull right there in the second spot. Then a gap at 3 back to missing them in third. South Coast Routers at the rail now. 6 off the lead. They come into the top of the lane. 40G, Brazen Bull. Those 2 now stride for stride. It's another 5 lengths back to South Coast Route. Missing them is starting to come under pressure. Top of the lane, and Brazen Bull now takes the lead. And Brazen Bull kicks on for her. 40G.
7 gonna win.
Trying to come back. South
2 gonna run a good race, but not enough. 1 as well, but
Cupid's Crusader coming fast, but got a lot
too late. 7, 2, 1.
Yep.
South Coast Route will eventually.
Yeah, it's how I wanted it to happen, but the 7 just kept on. Yeah, Steve, that was an impressive win for Echo Zulu. It really was.
Yeah. And they've done a pretty good job of spotting that horse and not overworking it, too.
6, 7, 2, 8.
Do you say Golden Gate? Well, Golden Gate already
13 minutes, it looks like.
Yeah, we're 20 minutes to Woodbine, 13 minutes to Golden Gate, too many minutes to Saratoga to even be on the screen. You have Arapahoe going in 3 minutes. You have Louisiana Downs going in 3 minutes. You have
the Gillespie
County Fairground going 4 furlongs.
Fredericksburg, Texas.
Are we allowed to bet that? It's in Texas.
No.
I don't see any live odds.
We can't.
Ellis in race 9 in 4 minutes. and off the turf. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runners. You got a Brad Cox horse with Corrales there that's currently 3-1.
Yeah, big GSR on the 7.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting in that race. If you stop at Ellis, I mean, the 2 is the horse that is the Oscar Award is the favorite, but this horse does not want dirt. So I would throw this horse out. Oldy. I'd be looking at a 6-7 or a 7-6 in my opinion. I'd play the box, and then whoever you like best, play it heavier on the 6 or the 7. I don't really know right now. Maybe.
Well, the 9 maybe 2.
Yeah, the long shot. I see that.
Yeah, it's a 81 GSR. Beat 48s, was decent against 56s. Thanks, Doug. The issue for me here is really, I'm looking this Asmussen horse, not that good, but why not a 6, 7, 9? Granted, these prices are also small. It's probably not even worth it.
Well, I mean, what I would say on like
Calhoun, they're only 9%.
Is that the 4?
No, the 9.
Yeah, I think you got to make a decision here between the 6 or the 7, in my opinion, to be on top. I mean, the 6 horse is flipping over from turf to dirt, but has shown that it can run. But the 7 horse is the dirt horse here, right? For sure. So they were hoping that race gets taken off, as well as the 9. So
it's a paceless race, and your 2 pace horses, or the 2 horses that should get the lead, are the ones with the worst GSRs.
Yeah, 2's floating up now. I don't know how this 6 is not the favorite. Well, I don't know. You kind of lose. The Mariners are up 7-0 in the world of baseball, so that's a good thing.
What about this? I mean, this 4 is 2 for 5 at the distance. I mean, the thing is, it's Ellis and speed rules here.
Yeah, I'm passing on this. I think, I'd hoped Oldy to see, but now the 6 and 7 are taking all the money. So, Riadoso, quarter horse.
Yeah.
A horse like the 7, Oldy, flip over to Riadoso. I mean, look at this. This 7 horse is very interesting. I mean, top SOR, has never been 350, but lightly raced. GSR says yes. And I mean, you're getting, 10-1 is wild. Wow.
5-2 morning line.
I mean, this is where, when I tool hunt a little bit, these are the horses that I'd be looking for. I mean, you get an outside post, the 3 looks tough, whatever the reason that morning line was high. But, you look at somebody like the 3, and this horse, it looks tough, but, won a 48, just like, the 7 won a 44. And then the 7, it comes back and runs in a Derby trial. First off, its layoff, which quarter horses, I don't worry too much about layoffs, but that was a 70. So they've been placing this horse in trial races. Bobby Cox is the owner, well-known quarter horse guy. I'm on the 7 here. Underneath, I'd probably put the 1 and 3 would be my comment, but I'd put the 7 on top.
Why is the 5 getting bet the way it is?
Well, I mean, I would just guess they don't really know, to be honest.
I mean, this horse hasn't been in that good against that good.
I mean, it's 17%, so it's obviously
But 17% shouldn't be sitting at 3-2 or 6-5. And even the track handicapper didn't have this in its top 2.
Yeah, who does I didn't get a chance to look.
Track handicapper has the 3 and the 7. Top EE picks.
Yeah. I mean, this is 7 over 1-3 in my opinion.
Let's see. Is this horse? Yeah, this horse has won on the rail before against 55s at this distance. Just hasn't been running all that well lately.
That's the one.
The one, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's that's where I put it underneath. You know, it has speed, but not a great trainer, not a great jockey. They do hit better together, but they're just 1 for 7. I see this as 7. I'm almost leaning just towards 7-3. Is the way I see it. EquinEdge picks, I feel like, have this thing nailed. What do you know? The exacta? What's the exacta? 7-3 exactas. I mean, somehow that's paying 50 to 1, Oldy. I mean, if you want value for the day, that's it for me. I mean, 50 to 1 on an exacta. The 5-3 is paying 13 to 1. So, I mean, the
What
7
about the 7-5?
Yeah, that's paying 23 to 1. So, you know, you could add that as a saver. The 7-3 just came down probably because it got bet, but that's still paying 40 to 1. But the 7-5 is paying 23 to 1. I mean, the 7 to really most anything's paying 40 to 50 to 1. Except for the 5's only 23. So, yeah, I mean, this this is gonna be a good race, I would say. It looks like they're loading. I'll turn the sound on.
I mean, the 12 is a little interesting too.
Yeah, Kiss My Rona on an outside post is for sure interesting. I see you're getting 6 to 1 on Silencer, the 7. So
Jesse's first move. Favored moving into 3 to 2. Hope for a Dynasty takes her spot.
Where does the 7 go off at though?
Silencer is second last.
We're down to 6 to 1 now.
I'd say 4 to 1. That's my guess.
She's right at the entrance.
I think it's gonna go down. I don't think it's gonna float up. They're almost in. Looks like the 12's last to load.
She's in. Set for the 6th. Kiss My Rona was moving around a little. They're running. Kiss My Rona floated out at the start.
Getting
bumped as was
7 didn't break good.
Yeah, broke into the 12's going to win this race.
Inside straightened away is Kiss My Rona at the rail. GBH Kiss My Diamond.
12 going to win.
Oh,
yep.
No.
GBH Kiss My Diamond inside outside.
I think it was the 1.
Between them, First Ivory Rose and Chicks.
I thought it was the 12. But it's hard to tell from the angle.
Yeah, tough break. 7 bounced around with the 5. That's the life of quarter horses when you sit on the middle of the
It was the 7's fault too. The 7 broke into the 5.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 8 came in and cut the 7 off.
The 12 had all the momentum, but I still think the 1 might have got there. I think it was the 1.
It's hard, really hard to tell. Yeah, it was the 1.
All right, we got Golden Gate Oldies. Your pick 5 is alive and well.
My bucket list, the 7's the big favorite. We can. What do we got? 3 minutes? I'm looking at your video.
Not as big of a favorite as you would expect it at 49% or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And we ended up getting 9 to 2 on that too in the last race.
Yeah, yeah. The 1 is the speed of the speed here, right? With Catalino Martinez, but I don't know. I would you use here?
Not the 1, unfortunately. I have, let's see if I have this up here.
Well, I think the one's going to stop, so I wouldn't be too worried. I like the first-time starters, 3, 4, 5 here, but I think the 7 is going to be tough, obviously.
Yeah, hold on. I did. Two, 5, 7. I am a little concerned about the one getting away.
I think it's cheap, so I think you will be okay.
But I mean, the 2 is a little interesting. It looks like it was running better on dirt, but second off the layoff. Five by Sharp Azteca. Not getting bat.
Yeah, none of the firsters are taking money, which I mean, in a race that's just not great, that doesn't concern me too much. Uncle Duzin, the 3 horses, the EquinEdge long shot first time starter angle. So, that from a race that doesn't look great, and you end up getting, Cristobal Herrera riding, but I don't know. It is. I mean, this is a tough race if you don't love the 7, because I think any of these can win.
Yeah.
You played a cheap pick 4, Wiz. Good luck, man. 2 to the 3.
So it's interesting that Matt, who has EquinEdge, they still haven't fixed their sound.
Yeah.
He chose the EquinEdge long shot first time starter.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm on the first time starters here for sure. 3, 4, 5.
I mean, any one of these horses who have run already could move forward. It's not like they're, well, the 7's 0 for 10, but the other ones have only run 3 times. And the 2's getting bat.
Mm-hmm. Big time for sure.
And we're going in the gate. Since we have sound, their sound's broken.
We got Saratoga. How long, Oldy? Oh, it's coming up. So 15
We got 15
minutes.
minutes to Saratoga, 4 minutes to the last at Gulfstream, and 6 minutes to
Woodbine.
The last at Woodbine, even though they'll probably run into each other because of post drag. Woodbine loads pretty quickly and Gulfstream drags again. I mean, we're only a couple weeks away from having the series of golden hours again.
Yeah, are they going to do that?
I believe so.
I wonder if they'll get rid of it with kind of already the end of. Is this Golden Gate's last meet?
Technically, this is the summer meet. But so the next meet, I think there's a fall meet, and that's the last meet. This is a short meet, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think it's like a month.
Yeah.
Wiz, good luck on your 2. Oldy, good luck on your pick 5.
2's great, Wiz. Let's get the 2 and beat the 7. Wiz was on my Wiz and John Gilpatrick and a few other people were on my training call, or my class, I should say. So the one didn't get the lead, so that makes me feel better.
And now he's choking the horse to try to rate, which I don't think is going to be a good idea.
The horse does not look relaxed.
Mm-mm. 7 just sitting off, but 2 is running. It looks like a lot easier than the 7.
No, the one's got horse.
Here comes the first or the 5 on the outside, but the 2 looks like he's still got a lot of horse.
Mm-hmm.
2 gone.
On
Nobody
2.
gonna. The 7, I don't
mean,
think can.
I don't want to count my chickens before they're hatched, but again, this is another case where you had an over 10 horse taking all kinds of crazy money. Looks like it went off at 3 to 5.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
So that's 2 beaten favorites. We need to get Dick Best next. We need Dick to be best. All right, now we get golf. Let me shut it just in case they fix the sound at Golden Gate. Let's shut the sound off first. Gulfstream here, I believe this was a synthetic play. Hold on. Let's see if I can dig this up here. So 7-2, but the 2 is, you're getting a price on the 2. The GSR is bad though. And the other thing to look out for here possibly is everything, all those horses want to be forwardly placed. 2, 7.
I expect a hot pace here on the Tapeta Oldie.
Oh, we saw what happened last time. I would take, if I were to take a flyer here against my own angle, it would be the 10.
Eskimo Street, yeah. I mean, Jaramillo coming off the speed, he usually is what I've seen does better on the lead, but he does occasionally race well. You know, this is a brutal race in my opinion.
Yes.
I don't really know.
The 10's lightly raced, could improve. Granted, is moving up significantly in terms of GSR, SOR. I mean, this D'Angelo horse, he's trying synthetic. Might be able to rate a little bit. There was originally a Pletcher horse. That's the 3, Sharp Pippa, who's currently sitting at 18 to 1. But other than that, I mean, the 4 had a race against 38s that, you know, is decent, but is a really bad breaker and then rushed up in that race. 5 needs the lead. I mean, I can't play anything here.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's move on to Woodbine because or did Woodbine already go?
Woodbine has not gone. Let me see where they are. And then we can make a determination whether we have time to watch this.
Are at the gate. It's now post time. Lining up and moving in for race number 10.
Woodbine's going in too. We're not going to have time to handicap it.
Gulfstream Park based Arcangelo and Mage. They take on
I do
Florida
like
Derby winner Forte.
The
Gulfstream storylines to enjoy in this
the
year's
8 at
Travers
Woodbine
Stakes.
over the 6-2.
Favorite in the finale is the Jose D'Angelo
It's
runner
going
number
in right
7
now.
AJ's memory on a barn change here.
Stand by for a start. And the field is now
You like
all
the 8
in
better than the 1 to
and
2.
locked up. And they're off, and best away was Dynamic Strike. One who dipped out was Spirit Bear, coming through fast.
Crazy.
A number of them. They're all in an absolute line, but for the one at the back, and that's Spirit Bear. And a heatly contested lead going through his I'm Awesome on the inside
Wow,
is
they are
Olivia
going
Rose. A
quick,
length
Oldy.
away Magical Trick in third.
I
On the
thought
outside is
the
Nikita's
8
Gem
could
from
sit the
Dynamic
trick here,
Strike.
but we'll
And
see.
then came Texan Sis and a long last Spirit Bear.
Well, the
Out in
two's
front,
trying
Olivia
to do
Rose
you
on
a
the
favor.
inside by a half a length to
Yeah.
I'm Awesome, 2.5 to Magical
But
Trick.
now they're
Length away
choking that
Dynamic
horse back.
Strike going forward. And back next is Nikita's Gem, a couple away Texan Sis. A long way back is Spirit Bear. Olivia Rose steps away from the opposition to lead by 2.5. Magical Trick coming through on the inside of I'm Awesome. Dynamic Strike is going around the outside, making some ground, and behind them, Nikita's Gem. Olivia Rose in front, making a bit
1
of
to
a
5
rush
looks
away from
like
them here
all
by
the
3.5
1 to 5
lengths.
in
A
the
Magical
world.
Trick, and then Dynamic Strike, Nikita's Gem.
Yeah,
And
it looks like the
Olivia
one
Rose
by
well
about 3
ahead,
miles
5 in
here.
front as they turn for home.
Nobody's
Magical Trick
coming.
holding down second at the moment, and Olivia Rose with a commanding lead of 8 lengths. In second placing is
Let's see
Magical
what
Trick, then Dynamic Strike, and
Gulfstream race
Nikita's
is
Gem
still
on the
going on.
inside. But this is a procession, a one-horse race. And down inside the final 16th, it's Kazushi Kimura putting a massive...
Second last, AJ's Memory, and the trailer is Eskimo Street. So 2 of the favorites are last and second last behind an opening quarter of 24 seconds flat. Mystical Lady at a big number, goes for the
fast
half-mile point, 3
for
lengths
the
on top.
synthetic, though.
From the rail, Mo
And
Rissa.
fast
From between
for
horses, Fortunata. With them as always connected. Trying to launch a 4-wide
was
bid,
this
Lovely
level?
Drama. 5 wide, Subtle Senorita. Driven next and trying to improve. Yellow Blinkers, Bullet Valentina. Eskimo Street tries to play catch up with AJ's Memory
Fast
as
for
they round the
40s,
far
too.
turn. Up front, it's still Mystical Lady, the target. Fortunata second, far outside, Lovely Drama. Mo Rissa looks for room at the fence. Red Blinkers, she's got run. 3 back to Eskimo Street, who's underway in the lime colors. AJ's Memory didn't fire at all. They're at the top of the stretch. Plenty of chances here. Mystical Lady still has the lead. Fortunata still trying. Mo Rissa from between horses down the stand side. Eskimo Street might be lifting best late. Final 1/8 of a mile. Here comes Mo Rissa with a run inside to take the lead with a 16th to go. Fortunata's back to second. Eskimo Street is third. Mo Rissa in front. Fortunata second. Eskimo Street third. Up fourth was always connected. And then Bullet Valentina.
7 finished dead. Your favorite finished dead last.
6.
Well, we talked about that race for a minute. That's what it looked like. I mean, it just looked really brutal.
Yeah.
Well, Saratoga Oldie in 10 minutes, right before the
Del Mar in
Travers.
4 minutes.
Yeah, we can go Del Mar first if you want. You know, I looked briefly at this race. I mean, it to me was a tough one. All one-time winners, though. The 6s never won, and they're putting this horse in an allowance race, which take that for what you think it's worth. I mean, Castle Rock looked tough, but only 14%. The 8's the top win and the top in the second EquinEdge pick, but that horse struggles to win, Devil Moon. So, I mean, it won a 40 and it had been struggling to win. So
Yeah.
I wasn't about the 8 at all, Oldie.
I'm just looking here. So the 4 is at 6 to 1. Probably wants a little longer on the turf. I mean, the 5, I think, wants the lead too. But I guess maybe can rate a little bit. I mean, the 6, no thanks.
And Vasquez,
who's running late? Maybe the 2?
Well, I mean, why not? I mean, the Vasquez on the 3 getting back to dirt, I think is a little bit interesting. It broke its maiden on the lead on the dirt, and then they have never been on the lead since. So that's where I would probably land is, you know, I think Soul of Midnight's probably going to show speed, but I think Vasquez with the inside post, but Uranga and Ramirez on the 7, Soul of Midnight might play a wrench in the 3 being it. I trying to win on the front end.
I mean, doesn't this pace melt?
Well, that was I thought originally at first, but I don't know. I
mean, I don't know if the 4 or the 2 or any of these horses can pick it up. If it does,
I mean, and I was thinking they're on the dirt for a second, but they're on the turf. So I think I mean, the speed could be dangerous here on this turf course sprinting. There's just not there's not a lot of, there's just not much here. You know, the 3
Right.
is,
No, I know. The problem is every one of these horses want, other than the 2, pretty much want the lead.
That's going to be tough to come though on the turf, in my opinion, you know, so, but that's, I mean, to your point there, that's where I probably land on,
Maybe the 8.
I mean, I just don't like the 8. So I struggle for Castle Rock for JJ, but I mean, maybe that horse can rate, but the 3 has shown speed. I mean, it ran okay last out in a 56, and it didn't get the lead. So, it's big card today at Del Mar, though. 11 races.
Got a grade 2 in race 10. Brickyard Ride. CZ Rocket, Hoist the Gold.
What's CZ's the EquinEdge long shot, Oldy. Oh, no.
Yeah. I mean, this might be a field, because this is the Pat O'Brien. This might be a field that CZ might get exactly the pace the horse needs to run into at this age.
Yeah, I'll have to look at that race. That's an interesting seeing CZ Rocket as the long shot.
So the 8 got the lead. The 3's running second.
Oh, I didn't pull it up. Sorry.
My 2.
The 8 got the lead.
My 2 is running in
at the rail
4th right now.
Let's see, Castle not picking it up, but far
Nobody
back.
else is really coming.
Top of the lane now, and Neville
Come on,
has to
3.
go on for home, has the lead by a length. Rolling on now.
Get up,
chasing
3.
on the outside.
Get up.
Rolling on, and
Who's
here's
coming? The 5 is coming. The 2's coming.
Devil
Come on,
Moon
3.
I don't know that there's space, but
and Tiger Hun, suddenly the whole
Get up,
picture
3.
has changed.
4's
No.
going to get up.
Tiger Hun got there. Second will be
That's the
Rolling On,
long shot.
and it looked like Cat.
Oh, it was. Yeah, I wish I'd have played. I didn't know that was going off so soon. Yeah, it gets up.
Every ticket I played here, I played in all in this Saratoga race. I did not have a strong opinion anywhere here. I mean, Channel Maker could.
Yeah, I added Channel Maker last minute, Oldie, to be honest. What is on my ticket? I don't even remember. I'll have to look.
Hold on, I got your ticket here somewhere. There it is.
One something 67. I know.
You're 1467.
Okay, so I took the price there over taking the 3 or the 5. So, I mean, Channel Maker at 9-2. Wow, I didn't have as big opinion here. I would struggle to put together any type of vertical bet, to be honest. I mean, Channel Maker is probably one of the more interesting bets, to be honest, Oldie, because I mean, as a 9-year-old, you know, he won last out, you know, and won on the lead like that. I mean, Stone Age is just such a big favorite on the win percents, taking a lot of the percentage there.
And is not being bet.
Yeah, not really, to be honest. I mean, is the favorite, but is a little bit dead on the board to your point.
I don't like Soldier Rising at all at this distance. You know, Pioneer Spirit. I mean, I don't know whether this horse may just maybe this is one of those Linda Rice horses.
Yeah, it has the other. I mean, that horse is second EquinEdge pick. So, well, actually, the 5 looks really good right now. So, you know, I didn't use that horse, but did look good on the track.
And the long shot Daunt, I don't think is that bad either. I don't think this horse should be at 15-1 right now. I mean, maybe gets killed here, but from a GSR standpoint, this horse wants the distance. You know, if Channel Maker doesn't get an easy lead here, maybe Daunt can take advantage.
mean, Channel Maker Oldy has not gotten an easy lead in a long time.
Other than the race that it won last time out.
Well, but I mean, it just, I mean, was that, I don't remember that
race, but was it an easy lead?
I mean, it doesn't look
Yeah, even
like
though it's showing that it's only a half a length, it was a crawl.
Oh, okay. I mean, I could see the same thing happen here, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Going 12. I mean, this horse has been racing 12, has 6 wins. I mean, not that any of these others can improve, right, at 12 furlongs, and they show the GSRs are all bred well. But I mean,
horses are approaching the starting gate, less than 1 minute to post time.
This I think Channel Maker's dangerous on the front end for sure here.
Well, and I'll tell you, I saw an interview with Mott where he was talking about how Channel Maker, people keep telling him, the horse is old. He said the horse loves training. It pretty much it never misses a workout. Loves training, loves racing.
George World Casino Sword Dancer.
And a lot of that was similar to what I heard after Pizza Man retired too. Was they tried to turn that horse into a pony, and he went and loaded himself into a gate.
Yeah, I like Channel
One
Maker.
of my favorite stories, by the way.
Say again, Oldy.
One of my favorite stories, by the way, that Pizza Man loaded himself into a gate as a pony.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, some of these horses do love running, and that's...
They're in the gate.
Could they give us a better angle, though, on the start here?
And they're off in the Resorts World Casino's Sword Dancer.
Stone Age going to show speed.
Very evenly with Stone Age sprinting along. Channel Maker, Stone Age. Those two assert themselves immediately and open up 3 on Bolshoi Ballet and Daunt.
They're not going fast, though.
3 lengths back.
And that's what happened last time, was they just went slow.
And 2 in front of Soldier Rising. They round the far turn at Saratoga for the first time.
Well, 23 and 3.
That went in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Stone Age won't let him get away.
I mean, I think that's too fast for either horse, though.
As they come through the stretch for the
now
first.
It looks like they're
Bolshoi Ballet, a very
walking.
close third. And just
let's see if this ends up at being a 49 or 50 second half.
Pioneering Spirit galloping along comfortably at the back of the field with Soldier.
I mean, the 7 is getting choked.
And it is Channel Maker leading by a neck. Stone Age still alongside in second. Bolshoi Ballet and Daunt right behind the top pair. The half went in 49 and 2/5 seconds. Then comes Pioneering Spirit, just 4 lengths off the lead, and a length and a half behind him to Soldier Rising. It's Manny Franco and Channel Maker. Stone Age on the outside, almost on even terms, while under a stronghold second. Then Bolshoi Ballet, Daunt. There's been no change in the running order. 2 more lengths. Pioneering Spirit gets a little bit closer through 6 furlongs in 1:15 and 4. And Soldier Rising has trailed throughout. Stone Age goes on with it. And he does so strongly, leading by a length and a half suddenly over Channel Maker. On the outside, Bolshoi Ballet moves to engage Stone Age. Stone Age.
Daunt's not done, though.
Ballet second, third. Channel Maker dropping back steadily. Fourth, now 4 lengths off the leader. Pioneering Spirit is just outside of him. And then comes Soldier Rising. Approaching the quarter pole. Bolshoi Ballet on the outside. And Stone Age. These two are stride for
the one's coming.
Pioneering Spirit is trying to get involved from the back of the field. And Bolshoi Ballet went right by Stone Age. And is opening up.
Well,
turning in
3's gone.
Display. As Soldier Rising rallies strongly into second, but it's all about Bolshoi Ballet. Romping home in the Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer. Soldier Rising was second. Pioneering Spirit finished third. And Daunt was fourth.
Well, Stone Age wasn't going to let Channel Maker get an easy lead, but, again, that like we talked about with Goodnight Olive, that that's not the way that horse wants to run. and was empty. So that killed yours, unfortunately, right? You didn't have to. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bummer. That ticket, I think would have paid nicely into Forte, to be honest. But yeah, I used 4 horses there and didn't use the 3. So I didn't really see that horse at all, to be honest. I mean, mainly because, but it was coming from overseas, so I guess that would be my biggest concern. I didn't look too much at it. I looked at it, and yeah, I mean, it ran in some 74s and it just wasn't winning was my concern. But this I guess just sat a great trip for Aiden O'Brien. I guess would have been the thing to pay attention to. You know, he does well by doing that. You know, shows 33%, but limited sample. But you know, it's just not I guess not a great field, right? So
yeah, and well, that will be. This is a horse to kind of make a mark on too, because this was a win and you're in. So we'll be seeing this horse at Santa Anita for the Breeders' Cup Turf unless it gets hurt. So I'm assuming that's why Aiden O'Brien sent this horse here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean,
and
much the best.
This was a pretty. I'm looking at its last Breeders' Cup Turf run. That was a week. I can't believe that was only a 76 group. I mean, that was the same as this came back.
Yeah, I mean, they put that horse in an 84 overseas that I ran at Royal Ascot a couple times. So,
yeah,
you know, but I mean, wasn't winning, but much the best there. I mean,
and you look at its efforts too on drier turf. I don't know why that went so loud, but on drier turf, this horse seemed to. It wasn't winning, but seemed to be running better than on good to soft, on heavy. Those efforts were not as good. So maybe this horse just needs firm turf.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I don't know what else.
And it now has its black type and is a grade 1 winner.
Yeah, I didn't see that at all, but you know, I think probably just overlooked, to be honest, by coming from overseas. I mean, it definitely fit here, I guess, with those recent 74 runs, even though it wasn't winning, and you know, was bred to go long for sure. So yeah,
I missed that New York Thunder, the race that New York Thunder got injured in.
Yeah.
In the 2-day pick 6. Otherwise, I'd be alive to the pay leg of the 2-day pick 6 too. There, I hit my single, hit one of my doubles. Just didn't plan on a horse breaking down. Yeah, I agree. So Dick Best that's coming up in 4 minutes at Golden Gate. I'm going to put that up, and I'm going to take another quick pit stop here. I'll be right back.
Ago dueled with a very fast need the lead horse Luxor Flush and put him away. He had every right.
Best 4 to 5.
So that
I think that's what the single in his pick 5 is. That's the only ticket we have alive today. So my pick 5 goes down there to the 3 horse that's there. So we got the Travers up next. I thought that the 2 horse was the other interesting horse here, which the public agrees by taking a lot of money. The 1 horse not taking money, but it was between those 3. But the 3 look like the big favorite here. The next race number 4 and then into number 5 were look like tough races. So you know, this for sure was the leg to try to get out of it, in my opinion, from a slim perspective with only 4 horses.
Looking to give Blaine Wright the double.
And Dick Best by far. I mean, the Dick Best is dropping in class, strength of race. You much the best last out on the dirt. Comes back here on the Tapeta, which the GSR says fine, has raced well. Has a couple of wins, 6 furlongs here and 36s and 44s. So sources in form for Blaine Wright, Francisco Duran rides. Should be tough here for sure. So you'd say the one going to take some money. Maybe the 2 was the Naughty Nico was the horse that I thought was the other interesting horse. Comes off a couple of wins. It finally broke its maiden and then wins in a 40, and is going to try to sit off the pace a little bit. But I think the 3 is going to be tough. But I would have the 2 as the other horse for me over the 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're both getting bet. For sure. The 1 looks nice on the track. Looks fit.
Mm-hmm.
1 minute to post, folks. 1 minute.
Performative. I mean, all these horses have a similar run style. What's interesting, what for this meet and next meet, Wong is suspended for 2 years.
He is?
Yep.
I didn't even hear that.
He had a HISA positive.
Oh, wow. So from any HISA track?
Wow.
Wow.
I think I'm not sure if the B sample came back already, but he's provisionally suspended for 2 years at least.
Wow.
And so that's going to change the dynamic here too, because he won't be here at Golden Gate.
Mm-hmm.
I heard Matt a minute ago. The sound sounded way better.
It did.
And the red light is now flashing on the starting gate at Golden
I mean,
Gate Field.
the other horse that should be getting bet that's not getting bet is a 6. I'm going to take a flyer on covering myself with the 6. You'll see why if you look at it.
Surprise fashion. I mean, trainer switch again. Not off the claim, but they switch. I mean, has run well off the pace, right? So, I mean, and then the GSR goes up. So,
yeah.
I mean, I could see this horse improving for sure. I just don't know if it's good enough, but it's, that, I mean, it's 7 race, 50 races, but service only got 2 years. Wow. I never had heard that. That's not very long.
Yeah, but that's well, and there goes my horse.
Dick Best went in and
Oh no. Oldy, that's not good ever. I did see a horse win the other day when that happened, Oldy. So
yeah, it was like a 7 horse somewhere. I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're on track. Veterinarian Dr. Castlebatten will look over Dick Best. Remember, the safety of our horses and our jockeys, of all our participants on the track, is of the utmost importance. So we're going to make sure that.
And I honestly have no idea if Dick Best goes out of this race,
so he'll reload.
Whether I'd rather have the 1 or the 2 here.
Like
you want the 2. I don't. He's gonna load back in. Yeah, we'll see if he can win here.
And Dick Best reloads. And there they're off. Dick Best broke.
And you might want to move the camera, guys.
The lead, Performative inside, hustles along to get forward position as well. Dick Best with a head lead. Performative inside right there with him in the early stages. That pair puts 2 lengths on Naughty Nico, who settles in third, and Surprise Fashions the trailer. A speed duel up top. Inside Performative, taking it to Dick Best, the favorite. Performative's got a head lead now. Dick Best right alongside, and these two show their guns here as they approach the 4-turn run, and they're about 4 or 5 ahead now. Naughty Nico sent along in the orange colors from third, and he's 2.5 clear of Surprise Fashion. They round the 4-turn. Performative, Dick Best, they're still going at it. Since the word go, it's been a match race, and these two are going to turn into the stretch together. Dick Best on the outside, Performative trying to hang with him second. These two nose and nose as they swing off the turn here. Dick Best on the outside, Performative inside. Now Naughty Nico's gotten a good setup off the top pair. So is Surprise Fashion. Can they catch the top pair, though? That's the question. Dick Best has the head lead. Performative's right there.
Dick Best hasn't hit the lead at all.
Coming on late. There's a bump between the top pair and Surprise Fashion at a check late. Here's the line. Performative out finishes Dick Best. Performative,
and I think
over
Dick
Best
Best bumped into Performative. I don't think it was the other way around.
Yeah, I do agree with you there, Oldy. So, I mean, that's probably, break through the gate. That's,
just wouldn't go by.
By a nose.
And they're not going to show it from where the bump occurred. So I would love to see a heads up and see if my initial opinion. Scott says Dick Flaccid.
I don't.
No objection.
Second, number 3, Dick Best.
No inquiry. I mean, I would think you'd have to, when there's an obvious bump like that, you at least have to look.
Please continue to stand by.
Wiz said Dick was not best. That is correct, Wiz. Well, that's I think either way, the one limp to the finish. That's a tough beat though. I mean, the 3 breaking through the gate there, and
then when it was going to go by, bumping into the 1.
Forte opens up at the favorite. May's not taking too much money yet, which is a little surprising. Arcangelo taking some money and some of the others. So, no, you're fine. I was just looking at Saratoga real quick. I think, Forte is still the favorite, though. Was on the morning line, and Mage is the horse not really taking any money currently, so a little bit interesting.
Well, National Treasure is about where I thought. I like National Treasure a lot here. I think 1.5 miles was too long. And who's going to go with National Treasure here?
Well, I mean, you are probably right from that perspective, but I still look at it from a class perspective. I mean, I guess you would assume that Scotland is the only horse that might go with National Treasure based on the last out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, small field, I think for sure Baffert's sending National Treasure, obviously. So, I was just looking at this race purely from a class, and I thought Forte was still the class of this 3-year-old group. So we'll see though, right? I mean, I think this is, many of these have been racing, versus the top of the level, and all not necessarily versus each other, but yeah.
Yeah, and Forte did show a little more speed last time.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's the best idea, as we've been seeing today, when horses are out of their usual run style and position. Tappet Trice, I don't see the pace here for Tappet Trice to run into. Arcangelo, I wasn't a believer at the Belmont. Burned me there. Probably will burn me again here. I just think maybe this horse benefited from the perfect trip, and that Forte had been off a layoff, and National Treasure got, was pushed at too long of a distance.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. And Mage wasn't ready in the Haskell, and they had told us that ahead of time. But I don't know. Scotland, I think this is a wide open race. The only horses I really don't like are the 2, 3, and 6. Like that, for me, that would be my try.
Yeah, I might play a double maybe from Forte into the 13th. I don't know. I didn't look at the 13th race yet, but
there's a heavy favorite.
I see that, and that's my only.
I mean, you could play a straight double and play it at. Let's see. I mean, this race should be spread enough. So looking at the probables, I like the 4 a little bit in the next top pace.
Yeah, I mean, it has a 17. Has a good. The 14 is just such a favorite. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5-1. You'd get playing that.
Chad has the 14. Flat top box for McCarthy is going to be the price, right? So this field got cut quite a bit, Oldy, when they took it off the turf.
Yeah, no, it definitely did. And there was a standout main track MTO too.
Yeah, 60%. Wow. I mean, Colville, is going was sprinting and now, but that was where 56s and 54s, Oldie. So that horse is much the favorite. Wow. Okay.
I mean, I keep looking at Scotland and keep thinking that, no, and then I keep looking at it again. I can't help myself. So I'm going to try to put a try together here. I'm going to open this up. Let's see. So let's go with a $12 budget. And I was going to play 154 on top. Yeah, probably have to go for a bigger budget in this. Something like that. And actually, no, that's not the way I want to play this. So I'm going to. How about the 2 doesn't finish in the money?
Man, it wouldn't surprise me. That horse really surprised me at the Belmont. I think a lot of people, but.
On disarm, does disarm finish in the money? I mean, third probably is. So something like that, or you go all in the last. But it's probably not worth it at that point. If you get the 2, you're not going to make any money. right?
Yeah.
I just messed this whole thing up though, so now I have to reset it. There we go.
Yeah, Bill, somebody mentioned that earlier. That is a big drop in GSR, but I don't know how wet that track is anymore.
Or something like, shoot, I didn't mean to do that.
I think I'm just gonna play a. I'm putting Forte on top for sure. Look at the probables, I guess. The 1-2 is 10-1, so.
So I'm gonna play this way, I guess. 4 or 5. Over 1. I'm gonna go 4 or 5 overall, all since I'm getting 6-1 and 4-1 on top. If I'm right. What bothers me is I have the same pick as Andy Serlin in terms of my top pick here.
Yeah, I see. He has the 5 horse on top. Sarah's got the 2 Arcangelo, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think Forte is your most likely winner. But it's going to be.
I'm surprised he's only 9-5. But the EquinEdge shows a 3-1 value, so I would hope this horse floats up a little bit, So maybe you do get a little bit of a better price than 9-5, 2-1.
Well, I think the other thing here is that you have 2 New York-based horses here in Forte and Arcangelo, so that they're both taking money.
Absolutely no problems with Forte. We'll see if the 2-year-old champ can get back on track for another championship season here today. But there are several horses standing in his way, including the Belmont Stakes winner.
I think my camera is frozen.
Yeah, it was earlier.
That's quite a look.
In other news, Oldy, Mariners are up. Mariners are up 12-1 today.
Very nice. Cubs play the Pirates tonight.
I don't know what Texas has done today, but Mariners may have sole first place here in a moment. I think I'm playing just Forte and DeMage here, Oldie. I think these are the 2 best horses in my opinion, and I might play a little bit of a double from Forte into something, but I'd just play this Forte cold and DeMage would be my thought.
Forte cold and DeMage. I just feel, this is the type of race that Baffert wins.
You think? Good.
I mean, that's my thought. I don't know that I'm going to get this back up and running that quickly, but nope, camera's not going to cooperate because it's still stuck with the same image on it. So I'm just going to shut that off so nobody has to look at me with my mouth open, sitting there. I mean, do you think Scotland's able to set this up enough for those horses?
I think Scotland's likely to show speed. So I do, but I don't think Forte is going to be way far back. I think this field's small. Forte was really close, in the last 2 races, to be honest. So I see this horse still, having the potential here to. I just think he was the best 2-year-old, and he showed he was the best 3-year-old, and he wasn't probably ready after everything that happened and whatever went on for the Derby, and just missed at the Belmont, but then came back and ran great in the Jim Dandy. They added blinkers as well, right? So
Yeah.
it's I just think he's by far the best horse here. In getting, I just still think 9-5 is not great, but it's better than 7-5. In the double, you're only getting 5-1 to the 14. So, I'm also going to add the 4 and 7 in my double, just because you're getting, 30 and 40, 50 to 1. So to add in a couple extra bucks in my mind is worth it. But I just think he's by far the best. I really do. I don't think that's why I think Meja's a great horse. In reality, right, when I liked Forte so much in the Derby, it should have been just to go to Meja. In the system here, both has Meja on top and then has Forte as the top win. But pace does make the race, to your point. So I do think Scotland's going to show speed. I don't think this horse can win. But I do think has to inject some pace into the race versus the Baffert.
Yeah. And very possible that happens. Also possible if Scotland breaks like he did 2 back, that Scotland is too far back at that point. So 2 out of his last 3 breaks, or 2 out of 4 breaks, have been slow.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna that how quickly Alvarado gets him out of the gate is gonna matter here. And not that National Treasure is that great of a breaker either, but was in there with horses like Cave Rock trying to outbreak those horses, and that wasn't working.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm torn here, but I like National Treasure.
I mean, pace does make the race. I mean, my only concern is just, if you look at, I mean, basically what again, I looked at 2-year-olds, I looked at the 3-year-old form. I don't see anything wrong with Forte and Mage. Both are just good. You look at pace makes the race with National Treasure. If I remember right, they did go a little bit fast in the Belmont, right, Oldy?
Yep.
So, I mean, and they've been going fast today. I mean, so he's gonna send. I just don't think they're gonna try to rate Scotland. To give National Treasure an easy lead. I just Arcangelo ain't gonna let it. I just think they can't. Everybody knows they can't let the 5 just get loose in an easy lead. So I just think that's going to force a little bit of a pace, in my opinion. But I think Arcangelo is the way over bat horse here, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Is 5-2. The morning line has this horse at 9-2. It's only 11%. It is the second pick, so and it did win the Belmont. So don't get me wrong. I mean, good for Jen Antonucci, but I still think that Forte was the better horse, and Mage didn't show up to the Belmont. So, yeah.
And from a personal standpoint, I want to say it's a shame that that Two Phils wasn't able to make it here healthy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would have been good to see. Tapit Trice might run on for a piece. Would be my opinion, but they also haven't been really closing, so I don't really love that. But maybe gets up for third. I still view this as like Forte. I view this as like 1-4 you know, and I don't really know who's going to finish third. You know, the 2 or 7 or the 5 or 7 could hold on. I do think, you know, Arcangelo may not hit the board, would be my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, that's my feeling too. Probably won't hit the board, or possibly won't hit the board. It should be pointed out that Castellano is choosing, and for the second time is choosing, Arcangelo over Mage.
Mm-hmm. You, Karina, you liked Arcangelo. Yeah, I mean, I wish you the best. I just, you know, I think Forte will turn the table today, would be my perspective.
Yeah, and I also think Arcangelo had a perfect setup last time, and I don't think that this race projects that same way.
Yeah, I mean, only won the Peter Pan, just barely. So,
And that horse that it beat in the Peter Pan did not run back well.
Yeah, and like, I mean, that does lead to your comment, Oldy, of a good pace, kind of perfect trip setup in the last in the Belmont. So, there's a nice rainbow at Belmont or at Saratoga right now.
I saw that as well. 3 minutes to post. What was I didn't look and see what your pick 5 would have paid.
About well, the 3 was a good price, so it would have been a lot less if the 6 or 7. Well, I guess if the 7 wins. So it was about 3,500 to that 3 horse. So, you know, would have paid more if the 6 won. I would have paid about the same with the 6. The 7 1 I probably would have paid a couple thousand. So, oh well.
Yep. Oh, why did I do that though?
So when's the Saratoga meet end?
I think there's another week. It's either a week or 2 weeks.
Okay.
Left, and then it's Aqueduct because Belmont's being worked on again, so it'll be Aqueduct with the BAQ.
Belmont at Aqueduct.
Yep. I don't know why they just can't call it Aqueduct.
Mage floating up 9-2, which is crazy. So I was going to see what that exacta was. Getting about 13-1, so.
The horses are approaching the starting gate.
They are approaching the starting gate.
It's post time for the 154th running of the Travers.
Well, good luck, Oldy. You're on the 5 National Treasure. I'm on the 1 Forte. I like the Forte and Mage exacta cold 1 into 4. I know you were putting a try. Who do you like for second, Oldy?
You know, if Mage wins, I kind of like National Treasure for second too. There, or maybe Scotland.
I also am playing a 1 over 4 over 3-6 trifecta. So gonna try to just hit this cold, really.
Arcangelo going in. Tap in, Trice comes forward.
I'm amazed this isn't on regular Fox.
It was earlier, and then they moved it to FS2.
FS2, wow.
Left alone.
Or maybe FS1.
National Treasures in.
No, Braves baseball on FS1.
Here's Scotland going in. They're in the gate. Forte is acting up. Settles down. And they're off in the Travers. And Forte comes smoothly. Scotland on the outside. And National Treasure is prominent in between them, but it will be Scotland.
I'm not sure what.
Mage is an absolute handful, tugging very hard in the opening.
Why National Treasure not go?
I don't know. That seemed to be planned.
The pacemaker on the inside.
And now is
Angelo is
4 wide.
Forte just behind them, and National Treasure on the outside takes third. Forte is now.
I mean, Arcangelo got a good trip, even though rushed up.
It's a very compact field. Tappet Trice much closer.
But also broke kind of sideways after kind of winning the break.
Only 2 or so off the leader. The back of the field is Disarm as Mage calms down a bit and is right next to him. Down the back stretch, and it's Scotland. The half went in 48 seconds flat. National Treasure is 3/4 back in second, and Tappet Trice just outside of them.
I mean, I've seen this movie. National Treasure won't pass anyone.
Off the lead. Outside of him comes Mage. Forte has shuffled all the way back to last. He's just behind Disarm, 5 lengths front to back as they head to the half-mile pole in the Midsummer Derby. And Scotland continues to lead narrowly. National Treasure now pushed along for a little bit more. Tappet Trice makes it 3 right across the track. Arcangelo will go 4 wide, but he's making some nice headway, and there goes Arcangelo on the outside along with Tappet Trice. Forte still has 4 lengths to find. He's starting
Forte's
to
going to
warm
win this
up.
by about 30. The way that move, he can sustain that move.
Arcangelo in between them. Tappet Trice. Forte 5 lengths back.
Arcangelo is gone.
Opening as Arcangelo has opened a 3 length
By far the best trip, but probably the best horse too.
Gets loose late and is coming with a menacing bid. It's Arcangelo.
I was not even close in this race.
Arcangelo, another Travers for Javier Castellano, defeating Disarm. Tappet Trice was third. And
I honestly don't understand what Johnny V was doing on National Treasure.
Yeah, the Scott, you couldn't watch it. I mean, Arcangelo got a great trip. Forte and Mage definitely like rushed up, drifted back. You can see just from the horses. I mean, Arcangelo's trip was fairly clean. So, Scotland not good enough on the lead. The 5 just didn't go to the lead. But great ride by Castellano. Well done, Karina. I called the 2 there. Was much the best. So the 6 ran on, but it looks like it came 2-6-3.
And maybe this is. I hate to say this either. Maybe Forte goes down to the mile, or maybe Forte is done. Maybe they put Forte in the sire grouping with all of his graded stakes wins, and he just might be done.
Yeah, Bill, the one wasn't. I think. I mean, he broke. I mean, it was not.
It was a weird break.
Gate. Well, I mean, what happened is the crowd cheered, and you saw Forte bounce around, and then they went, and he broke, and he rushed up. It was really close, and he was all the way to the back, right? And then, it's.
And then Mage didn't run a lick.
Yeah, not at all, man.
Yeah, I mean, hats off to Arcangelo. Much the best. I think, no doubt at this point, the top 3-year-old.
Yeah, no,
for
sure.
It's hard to argue anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I think the question has to be now, what was the injury that happened before the Derby, the week of the Derby? And, if Forte has been running not sound, or is it just time? Maybe, and this happens a lot of times with horses that run really well as 2-year-olds. You know, that they, as 3-year-olds, don't run as well. And maybe it's just, maybe Forte's ready to be retired.
Yeah. Well, I think like you said, I mean, good job, trifecta, Tommy. I think, he could be, didn't get a great trip. I don't think Mays didn't have really many excuses, just
No.
But I also don't think that track was playing to, it was favoring speed. It had the bias to speed. So Mays wasn't gonna, but I was interesting. I mean, at least Scotland put some pace in the race, but I think it was weird that National Treasure didn't go. I mean, that was probably one of the more interesting things. They didn't go fast. So
yeah.
I mean, they ran a mile in 1:36. So, almost 23 2/4, and then was, almost 25 at the half. I mean, they ran a 48 half. So I don't know. I mean, Arcangelo was just watching the break, even got bounced around there. So
yeah,
much the best, man. I mean, a great trip after that break by Castellano.
Definitely great trip, and it also helps when your horse is much the best.
Yeah. For sure. Well, who's the HOA? Who it's HOA? Horse of the Year? I'm guessing you're Scott. I don't know. I haven't.
It still could be what's his name? Cody's Wish, depending on what happens the rest of the year. But yeah.
Well, it was fun, Oldy.
Yeah, it was a great time.
Not a great day, but it was always fun. Haven't been on in a while. I hope everybody has a good weekend, a good rest of Saturday. Lots of racing at Del Mar. If you guys are going to keep playing, there's a lot of good racing ahead. Even there's some big first-time starter GSR horses in the next race, Oldie, but they have a good 11 race card. So if anybody has interest, make sure you check it out.
Sounds good, Justin. Have a great night and weekend, and I'll be around. So I'll talk to everybody in the chats and on Twitter and everything like that.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Oldy.
All right, bye, guys.